Hello, everyone. Welcome to the TCG NA Online RDO Webcam Weekly for 723. I'm Valkyrie, and I am with NEETfull, and you guys are where the light and the dark collide. We are ready for 4 rounds of amazing Grand Archive gameplay here. I'm doing well, but let's see how NEETfull's doing. How you doing?
Uh, I am doing absolutely horrible. This is the word. No, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Unfortunately, got addicted to a new gotcha game that people may know about that's come out. So this is my break from playing that for the day.
The break is doing some work, and then you'll get back to not working here shortly in between your off rounds. No, I definitely feel that the my gotcha game's gotten an update, so I've been grinding away at that as well. When are we gonna get the Grand Archive gotcha game?
I don't know if you've opened packs before, but I'm pretty sure that is just straight up a gotcha gamer regardless.
That is true. We do have the every Sunday gotcha, and I in every Discord I'm a part of for Grand Archive, there's always a dedicated channel for showing pools, and it is so funny.
It really is. And it's always that one friend who's like new into Grand Archive or that one guy who's like, I just joined. Is this any good? And you the post is just like, I got 5 CSRs in one box. Is this good? And it's like, all right.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the moment where the weebs say, "Hey, you could do a 10 pull on the profile icons for a, national qualifier point." So you're just like,
Hey guys, I can't go to Nats this year. Why? I used all my points on my picture banner.
Oh, imagine if they had rate up for specific icons, like with the release of Asphodel, they have like rate ups for Dante, Lorraine, Mordred, things like that.
And then we're gonna have dual banners running at some point. Just
Oh,
I'm banking on my weekly pulls for the slime banner that's coming up. I'm
true.
hoping.
True, the slime banner, it's just all the slime cards. If you get any dupes, you could dust them and put them towards the extra pools.
Well, hey, I've got some people. I've looked up a couple of people in chat, and a very good question there. How are you feeling about these spoilers so far? I know we talked a little bit when we first jumped on, but obviously nobody could hear us at that point. But how you feeling about the spoilers so far?
Oh, you put me on the spot because you know exactly how I'm feeling about these spoilers. I'm not too excited about them right now. Nothing's really catching my eye. They are very interesting, and I do like the sort of the equipment mechanic, the ally link effect we're getting, where you could essentially equip these allies, link these allies with some specific tools. And I think that's really neat. The food was super cute as well. I kind of want more of that theme and not it right now it feels half baked. I kind of want the full course from it. So I'm waiting to see what else can come from that.
No, I agree. I think well, I'm just calling it the fire cake. I think might be one of my favorites. The that we
Mm-hmm.
saw where just play it, give +3 to something. I'm just ready for the fire aggro deck to play that out and just be like, "Oops, here's a red hair for half your life." Like, oh no.
Oh my gosh, definitely. I could see that here. But yeah, it's we're still very early on in spoiler season, so plenty more to go. And this whole set, like, it seems interesting. It definitely is bringing us new things, and then the introduction of older stuff. Like we still get our automatons and sort of units like that. So I really hope some old decks who need the support are getting it, and then we still have some of these like newer deck archetypes coming through.
Yeah, but we're getting squished here in the middle of the screen a little bit, but we're fine. We're fine. We're good. I will say I think one of the cards I think I'm most excited for. I don't know how I feel about it being the UR, but I am kind of really excited to play the bike. Mainly just
Mm-hmm.
because I really want more ally support in terms of not just having the big tribal decks like we've seen prior, but just more of like general allies because they've kind of been unfortunately pushed out by a lot of like very value sweepers. They've been kind of like very good interactions. So having some pieces just to be able to like here's a fast activation, save my ally, and then also not just save it, but also potentially make it way stronger in the game, I think is really cool. I also know that
Mm-hmm.
Syria will probably also somehow jump on the motorcycle at some point. So
We're gonna have get in the mech kind of situations with a lot of these specific allies.
very much so, very much so. Well, it does look like we have a round one. Looks like maybe getting finalized, so we're not too far away from getting into this.
Mhm.
Is there anything out of this new meta now that I don't think we've talked since the kind of the updates and bans and things like that. Is there anything at the end of this meta that has surprised you or anything that you're maybe excited to see come back because of some of the changes?
That is a good question. I feel like personally, fire might be back on the menu for a lot of players. It really fell out of favor, especially because with wind and water being so dominant, you either play water Aetherwing, which is just the better aggro deck compared to most fire tempo decks, or you run the Crux Lorraine, Serious, things like that. And fire does somewhat struggle into it. I feel like I just want to see more of those kind of like style of decks. Either them be the super greedy kind, or even just the fill my graveyard with a bunch of fire cards and then rending flames, or maybe an erupting list come through. But I don't feel like we're going to see a lot of like specific decks tonight, as everyone's saving it up for the regionals happening this Saturday.
Very, very much so. Very much so. We may see a couple of people start testing a few cards here and there, testing a few things. But yeah, most people who probably have some sauce are probably saving it for this Saturday. So, which that being said, if you have not signed up and you want to play, get on that.
Yes, yes. I think signups end tomorrow, correct?
I
uh,
believe so. I would need confirmation from somebody in my ear
uh,
to verify, but I believe it should be like the day before.
we will confirm when signups close for regionals. But yeah, make sure you go ahead and sign up, get in there, and it is going to be a early morning for a lot of people as well. So that is something to. It's starting, I believe, 8:30 Pacific time, 11:30 Eastern time, and we just got confirmation it actually closes 2 hours before round one start.
Which sign up earlier. Trust me, you will not regret it. One thing I will know about playing online tournaments: sign up ahead of time because there is stuff that can happen when you're trying to do the day of. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yes, and you need a deck list, so make sure you
Yeah.
get that in and submitted as well.
Yeah, and make sure as well, if you are coming back in from a while, we have had a lot of changes this season, a lot of cards going in and out, as well as proxy of vault cards changing. So make sure you check the updates on those. Make sure you have updated your deck list because there have been some pretty big shifts, especially after the national season, which is very very common for as much as we saw in this. So and we kind of just again discussed why certain decks are coming back and why fire could potentially be another a deck again could do some damage. So I'm with you. I would like to see Fire do more. My teammate loves playing Fire Lorraine. So he's already in the boat of testing it out, testing to see what can be done. So who knows? Maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see that deck come back into full swing.
Love to see it. I really, really want. Maybe we'll even see some tonight, right? If you are gonna break out a sort of deck like that that needs sort of the rust knocked off, a weekly is exactly the place to be. It's a great 4 rounds to really test your metal. Some great players out there, and even it helps you with a diverse matchup. Because I just like. I don't know about your local meta, but my local meta, it is so weird. We have a void of decks that no one ever gets to play against. So then when like a regional pops up, it like becomes just a really weird like matchup check. But speaking of matchup check, NEETfull, we are almost going to be getting into the game, and I'm super excited if this is the matchup we're getting into because it's going to see who's the better assassin.
It is going to be, and it's actually going to be a returning face. Some people may know if you are if you've turned into the channel before. Bonnie Wren is actually piloting Serene Fire Luxem, very well known for the deck list. If you don't know, national or gauntlet qualifier, Serene Fire Luxem, Bonnie Wren. If we had to put the full title in it, going against Win Tristan, which is another deck that we're kind of seeing pop up ever since the changes, which is kind of crazy to me that Win Tristan is kind of slowly creeping back into the meta when nothing really got banned or changed that affected the deck. But it's just kind of one of those decks that, like, if you're really good at the list, you can take down some of the big dogs just by saying, "Hey, here's a Shadow Strike for your entire life total."
Yeah, it's weird seeing like the resurgence of Wintristan. And I'm curious, I want to keep my eye on it as these regionals and we go up towards Worlds. Because is it a possibility Tristan again in the back pocket of a potential world champion? It back to back, that would be kind of impressive for a deck to really stabilize. I think the only problem I have with Tristan is she's shoehorned into wind. You can't get out of that element. So it sort of leaves if wind isn't in a good spot, then Tristan won't be good as well.
Yeah, and it's very much so. And on top of that, not even just the win package, but a lot of the Umbra package and a lot of the Norm package, like the entire deck almost remains the same, where you only have maybe 2 or 3 cards that you can really flex out in the deck list. But regardless of that, it pretty much stays the same deck, which not necessarily a bad thing because it does, when it comes to metas like this, it does answer a lot of things very, very well. It's just You just cannot make a mistake, or you'll pay for it.
Exactly. And we're jumping into game. Bonnie taking the first turn, opening up with a gentle respite. And we have Yamchamo, I hope I pronounced that correct, on the top with the signature Spirit of Wind. And I'm just assuming we're going to see some standardized Tristan gameplay, right? Get some prep counters, excel to level 2, draw a bunch of cards, and just try and go for that one complete lethal Shadow Strike against the Xander.
Very much. I wouldn't. I'd be shocked if that wasn't the game plan. And looking at the deck list, that very much so looks like where we're going to be headed. And as well is sometimes these Tristan lists will only play one of the level threes. This list has opted to go for both, which is
Hmm.
which you don't see as often in the list. But as we get more into a control meta, when you can kind of steal those control pieces away from your opponent, that first level three looks real spicy.
Yeah, also think Tristan Shadow Reaver is really good into uh, the Lorraines. I should mention specifically the Crux Lorraines, because taking their ghosts is not only backbreaking for them, but it just almost guarantees a win with the amount of value it gives you with your Shadow's Claw.
Not to mention right now where most of the Crux lanes are on win, so even that win package can be helpful for you. Stealing a Veiling Breeze off them just means you now have 2 more Veiling Breeze in your deck.
That is so true. You're right. The secret Veiling Breeze. But for those of you curious about how this matchup's gonna go and why we're bantering just a little bit in the beginning, Assassin Mirrors, especially these level 3 decks, are gonna be very slow in the start. It's gonna be about generating value, leveling up one level at a time. There isn't really gonna be a lot of action back and forth, maybe a couple of allies dealing some ping damage. It's when we hit that level 3 threshold is when this matchup is really gonna become explosive. So you just wanna hang on to your seats until that point, and I assure you, NEETfull will masterfully tell us right when we get to that breaking point where we really got to lock in because someone's about to do something crazy.
Oh, very much so. This, yeah, you put it exactly right. This is going to be a very much a let's gain influence. Let's try to get as many cards in our hand as possible because it's going to be your classic card game where it's going to be a lot of interaction back and forth, and whoever can land the last big hitter is going to take the game. And this is a matchup where if Luxem gets past 12 cards in hand, there's a good chance Luxem can just go for it if you put your guard down. And if Shadow Strike, or in this case, if Tristan gets above that threshold of prep counter, somewhere between 12 to 13 prep, then there's a chance that a 2 card combo could just end it as well.
Exactly. And it's also Serene Luxem isn't running the mirror, nullifying mirror. So you're gonna have to also fight through Veiling Breezes during this whole thing. And then apparently a main deck Blanche just coming in on board.
Yeah, not something you normally see in the list, especially at main board, but in this current meta we are in, a lot of aggro decks are kind of divided between both combat and non-combat damage as their way to kind of deal with these very big like sweepers as we talked about before. So mainboarding Blanche is a great way to survive aggro and also shut down endgames for decks like Rye.
Oh, very true. It's so hard to deal with, especially if you have protection for LeBlanche, like a reclaim or any of that sort of like way to just keep her safe. It turns into a problem. And the fact that Yamchamo found her so early on just means Bonnie's sort of like able to do damage. I don't even think they run it anymore. They don't even run Juggle Knives anymore. What am I talking about? It's exploit vulnerability. So yeah, this Blanche is just needs to be removed.
And we are seeing the nefarious timepiece come down, which is which is one that I don't see as often. But you do see it kind of in Luxem as another way to put more cards down. But oddly enough, in this matchup, this is a great way to name potentially a problematic card that you don't want your opponent to play. Especially with when it comes to Regalia. And it looks like, yeah, Purifying Thurible was named, protecting that floating memory we have in our currently, and this is exactly why. Putting in 2 floating now.
Hmm. I am curious what was named with the nefarious timepiece.
Oh,
Would
Purifying Thurible
oh
was
Thurible?
the name.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect, perfect. I see it now. Yes. Purifying Thurible, which makes a lot of sense in like two ways. Protects your float, but also protects your Xander level 2. Because I feel like
Yeah.
that's one of like the best things to do against the Xander is just attack the graveyard early on. Because the whole point is for them to get value, and if they're unable to get that plus, then I feel like that's a really big win.
And it turns out we don't care. We know how much value is in getting rid of that graveyard, so we make the thermal anyways and overpay for it to make sure we can't pitch anything else to protect that. So pretty and to be fair, I mean, that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Take away one of yours to potentially take 2 away from your opponent. I'd take that trade any day.
Well, but it's also win privilege, right? Only win decks can really get away with this because they typically don't play on their own turn, and if they do play on their own turn, they're just generating value. So you
Yeah.
can make these big plays on pre-recollection or end of turn, and then just pick it up and either plus on your turn or just pass and do something reactive once again.
And speaking of value chain, here, as we said, playing on your turn, Ace and Protector is a very good way to keep that value train going.
Ooh, the level up to Xander 2. In response to the on enter, we're going to exploit the vulnerabilities to draw a card. It's going to hit that grave, and then we're just going to remove some prep counters and get that back. Xander level 2 Proxy's Vault is so good. Like, if people had to play with the original released Xander, I feel like this deck would not be where it is today.
Yeah, I don't even think this deck could actually play the same way. Like at that point, I think you're back to what was it? Fiza was our only way to play Xander back in the day.
Yeah, Fiza was a typical like because the level 3 was decent, but the level 2 gap is where it gets weird. I feel like that's the same issue with Dao Chan currently. She sort of has a blank level 2 text box, not really that important, especially if you're not in water.
Yeah, that's almost the same way it used to be Tony, and then turns out giving Tony a pretty much a free weapon freed up that
Oh
that
yeah.
as well.
The new reciprocity, so good. All right, NEETfull, we're gonna have to talk to Bonnie after this. The fact he's running multiple arts for his gentle respites is now bugging me. We have
I
the
respect it.
HDN, we have the FTC, and then I assume there's a promo of that card as well, if I believe. So we're gonna see that. We're just getting word here that he runs a different card art for every version if possible. And I did not realize that, and now I have to pay attention to see all the
Listen,
different arts.
now that I know that, Bonnie's my hero.
You know, you've heard people say, "Oh, I need the same card art with same printing and everything, so people can't tell how many I'm running and what I'm running and what I reveal." Bonnie says, "You know, I'll reveal this to you, and you don't know if it's a 1 of or a 3 of."
Sometimes you even forget. It goes, yeah, he played like 3 different cards. It's crazy.
How many cards have that effect? Oh wait, it's the same card? No.
And now you can tell it's the assassin mirror. Now we're just commenting on how many different arts there are.
Yeah.
But that being
Oh
said,
my
the
gosh.
Asen putting in some damage.
Yeah, Asen does the work. A 3/4 ally doesn't seem intimidating. You know, I could let that slide. I could deal with it. But the fact that GA, the way the damage like stacks, at first, like looking at the number doesn't feel bad, but after like seeing the damage add to your actual life, you're just like, oh, this Asen's going to kill me, and I need to deal with it now.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that we're this many sets in, and Asen Protector is still one of the best wind allies, like in the game currently. Which is turns out the card is just very, very good. I will pay 4 all day when I can just get free value and have a 3/4.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really like the fact that there are cards in this game from DOA FTC that are still constantly played, and they are not expensive. They are $1 or less, and that's just because they are good printed staple cards for an element.
Looks like we are level 3. I did not catch what the other card. I think it might have been a Regal. Was
It
the
was a Regal,
banished?
Regal and a
Regal.
Gleaming Banished. And
And
just
don't worry
another
about it.
Gleaming Cut.
Keeping us at a very high influence. And one of the big things here is we are now at level 3 with a fairly high influence, and Tristan is still not at level 3 yet. So this can things get a little bit scary, but that being said, who knows how many in caps are currently sitting in Tristan's
Between
hand
both
right now.
sides?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this
Well,
is
we
a whole
do
lot of in caps.
We do know NEETfull. I'm sorry, not Neat. That's you. You're not playing. We do know Bonnie revealed one in camp.
Yeah, I purposely went over to Bonnie's place, revealed the card to everybody, and then came back on stream.
Oh no, this Regal's going to hurt.
Yep.
Okay, yes, we have to incap this.
Ooh!
Incap in response from Bonnie. We're gonna then pop the boots, draw a card into another incap.
Incap.
Very well played by Yamchamo. And the reason is you have Tithe Proclamation on the field. So your opponent regals you, chooses everything, and then you just draw 3. So you lose so many cards and influence, you cannot let that slide. Yamchamo knew exactly what they had to do, had the lineup, and successfully thwarted the plan.
Yeah. And on top of that, like for Bonnie's side, even then, like even losing one incap and one regal to get two of your opponent's incaps is pretty big, especially when our influence is already getting that critical mass of potentially just showing double Lightweavers and ending the game.
You know, that is very true. Tristan now going to level 2. Do we see the dungeon guides to 3? Not necessarily. We're attacking with Aeson first. You think there'd be like a windmill slam of the dungeon guide immediately for this turn.
Which the fact that we're still thinking makes me think maybe we don't have the dungeon guide. Which no,
Yeah,
we're
we
just passing it over.
pass. Wow, that is strange. How many cards? I believe it's 7 in for the influence of Yam, or have I miscounted?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So 7 cards in the grippers and nothing to play. Probably just a pure reactive hand, hoping to see what Bonnie does. And here we do see some reaction. Lightweaver's Assault. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the Recollection trigger. 4 cards being put down. Gleaming Cut, Lightweaver's revealed, and I believe that's a Blinding Lapse near the bottom.
It I believe is an Excalibur and a Excalibur Cleansing Light and the Optical Control. And then yeah, Optical
Optical.
Control.
Okay,
Fairly
perfect.
powerful card that we're seeing Luxem really take hold of. And after playing it myself, it is an incredibly powerful card. Being able to name essentially any card type, whether that's action or ally, and tell your opponent everything you play now is going to be cost you 4 more, is a great way to essentially either one almost take an extra turn in some regard, or if you have the kill in your hand, protect it.
That is true. Very devastating against these in caps, which we're already down 2. So the concern is less of there. And I feel like this is a very important thing to keep track of as like assassin players in a matchup is how many in caps you've expanded and how many in caps they've expanded. So right now Bonnie's only used 1 and Yamchama's used 2. So if there ever needs to be a negation war, Bonnie has the upper hand just from the like numerical wise, right? Going into Shadow Reaver.
And question for I think I've explained this before, but for anybody who may be new to watching a live stream GA or online GA versus what you would do in person, you'll notice the cards are face up. Uh, Obviously, we can't go and give our opponent the cards. We tried that once; it didn't work very well. So instead, what we opted to do, and officially, if Weeb's ruling on this, is if you play Shadow Reaver and you are in an online game on a webcam, you will reveal the cards. So, unlike normal, where your opponent doesn't, in this case, your opponent doesn't get the knowledge of what you've stolen. Both players now know. Just makes it easier to see what cards are going to be there. And as well, this it still gives you the option of playing the cards from your opponent. So just kind of a quick clarification there in case somebody's like, those aren't face down.
Yeah, very good. Very good point to make there because naturally, if you are used to the ruling, you're like, okay, that's what it is. But a lot of the times that, ooh, a mastermind scheme going up to 12. This is where Tristan starts to get a little scary here.
Which one thing about Incap, it does not stop attacks.
Oh, imagine if it did.
Oh, I mean, Assassin would be unstoppable at that point.
Creative shock.
At this point, I think we're just digging. We're trying to get pretty sure we're trying to get to that other light weavers at this point. And unfortunately,
Yeah.
our timeline just moved up now that Tristan is at 12 prep counters. So that Shadow Strike is coming in for what is that going to be? An easy 16, I believe.
16, 17 if you have a Shadow's Claw. Just a casual one shot through your Serene Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, is it? No, you're 2 damage short from one shotting through the Spirit. Oh, I just gotta get a couple more prep counters, and I'm not sure if she could do it.
It's a very difficult deck to try to get prep counters, so I do not think we can get there. Now we did steal our opponent's dungeon guide. So we could potentially dungeon guide ourselves up 2 as well. So that way we can get the shadows and potentially add 2 more damage there as well.
Oh, that is very true. And being able to just take full advantage of that. I like
However,
that play.
that is 2 light weavers shown in the down. So we could potentially see this could be wrapping up here. I very likely we are probably searching for another light weavers and putting it face down. If I was making bets here, and potentially with our opponent, I didn't see how many cards are left in hand. Potentially not enough. Oh, all right. So we just got confirmation that opponent asked, Tristan asked, how many cards in your hand? What's your influence? And once we realized that we were way over that 10 that we were scared of, that it was going to be over there. There's no way for us to stop or survive a double Lightweaver assault. And if we have a Lightweavers down, that's potentially even more damage that we're presenting just from resolving 2 Lightweavers with potentially 10 cards in our memory.
Yeah, sometimes. s- Sometimes the math is just there. And one thing to note as well with that fast activation Blanche that Yamchamo did do, Bonnie has a chance for the recollection to stack them in a way. NEETfull, are you familiar with the order of the triggers and how it interacts?
I am, but people at home may not, so I will let you could proceed unless you will let me to cover it.
Uh, all right, I will do my best. I'm not the like strongest Xander player out here, but with it is since it is all separate triggers, since each individual Lightweavers does go onto the stack for the reveal, you can choose to on your first in resolution order pick the Blanche and then hit the opponent. So then the Blanche does get removed first, and then your second Lightweavers is able to deal that damage. And it's a really cool way because just Xander's trigger itself is individual triggers each time when revealed occurs. So not only do you get to stack them how you want, you then force your opponent to put down cards before as well. So pretty much it was a complete shutout that Bonnie had. Yam had no way to actually interact. Their one defensive piece was gone, and it was just ask for the number equals dead, pack it up, game 2.
Yep. And that's we'll see almost every single Xander out there will be following kind of the same bread and butter. That is most likely the kill line you will see presented. There are a few other options in terms of being able to use attacks and things to stack that way, but the double light weavers is generally how you're going to see most games for Luxem get wrapped up. It's again just it's a very clean way to present lethal, and of course with Luxem Xander's reveal trigger, you essentially have a very protected opening to be able to do that. And one thing to note is Lightweaver's assaults are fast activation. So you can actually hold that until your opponent makes a mistake and puts too many cards down. And then you could just say, oops, here you go.
Mm-hmm. The fast activation, I think, is and importantly, it's a skill, right?
Yeah.
So it gets around some of that spell shroud nonsense.
On top of even the ones you reveal, you will get around because they are, as well, they are triggers that happen when you do the reveal. So you cannot spell shroud those either. Yay.
Yeah. It's like we talk about it and like, yay, but this deck's been around for quite a while. It's originally brought to, I believe, Ascent Ontario by Chess Club and had a really good showing. And it sort of has since that point been a mainstay ever since the ALC meta in just Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's a deck that I saw even I think at the first nationals is actually a list that I saw. I got against it twice at the first ever nationals for Grand Archive. So yeah, it's been a deck that's been around for quite a while now.
I feel like there's a lot of decks we have in Grand Archive that are not knowledge checks for new players. It's like, do you know how to play against this old deck?
Yeah.
And it shows. Like there are new players who really don't know how some of these deck operates and play improperly, putting the wrong things or not expecting certain kill turns. And it's just part of the experience.
Yep, and we are seeing Tristan open up with the Dream Fairy as a first play. Generally means there's not a lot of options in our hand to play, or the rest of our hand is a lot of interaction we do not want to put down.
Indeed, and you really don't want to see an angel attendant imbued after you just hard commit a dream fairy for no value.
That follow up ace is going to fail again with the general. What a what a
Or
what a, what a good opening.
honestly, I take a 0-3 interceptor that draws me a card and a floating that replaces itself on turn one. Yeah, I feel like that is one of the best openings you could have. But a sensor here to match that float, gonna shut it off completely. Oh wow, and a second Dream Fairy as well.
Which I'm actually kind of shocked that Dream Fairy stayed in the deck, actually, which is crazy to me because this is a matchup where I'm not big on Dream Fairies into a deck that doesn't play allies.
Well, I got some news here, NEETfull. The sideboard main deck is only 3 Scatter Essence. Every other sideboard card is for the material deck.
Well,
So,
and I understand now. I was mistaken. That's on me.
so those Dream Fairies are here to stay, whether they want to or not.
Well, I guess they are damaged, and hey, who knows? These Dream Fairies currently have the game on. Even if we get another level, I think we are on a 13 turn clock now with
Yeah,
these Dream Fairies.
that
So.
seems reasonable. 12 turn clock now. 2 Dream Fairies getting for 2 more. Is this
We're
when we
going.
just get surprised by like a switch up deck? We see like what is it? Not Rally the Peasants. Oh gosh, the Inspiring Call. We just see an Inspiring Call.
We're about to see a Liu Bei and a Dilu hit the board. We're like, what
Yeah.
is happening?
We just wind allies.
What a swap!
I've always wanted to do a change up deck in Grand Archive, and I feel like that you have so close to the potential to doing it, but it's just maybe we're like maybe Asphodel's the set where that will introduce enough like good norm cards to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think realistically, I think the deck that's probably closest to be able to do that is probably Gembu.
Yeah, I could see that.
Just because Gembu already runs a bunch of allies in their control strategy, that if you can just cut those control pieces for more allies, potentially just switch to water allies.
We're escaping the Dream Fairy. She is going back to Wonderland and bringing another card with her into that memory. And Escape the Reckoner is such a like. It was good when it came out. People stopped playing it, and then all of a sudden, people are like, wait a second, I can save something and replace this card. This is bonkers.
It's real good. It's a card that we saw heavily played when Baby Gray was the big card we had for Slimes, mainly because it was essentially a way to go +1
Mhm.
off of Baby Gray, and then we started getting more and more effects like that where they draw a card when it come into play, and so if you can return a card that also draws a card, that math adds up to +1.
I'm no expert, but that is +1.
I watched the Chess Club influence video. I won't lie.
You are influenced.
I was influenced by their by their video.
I don't know how many times I've said it. I'll constantly keep saying it. Grand Archive is such a unique game with the way the mechanic of like cost efficiency and like how the resource in this game works. It is a mathematical science to like why are cards played in a certain way? Like, why does it matter? Why is influence important? And you know, short answer of it all, they had to take dungeon guides out of the starter decks because players were having a poor experience, not realizing that dungeon guiding from 0 to 1 is not cost efficient.
And then we're like, oh no, put them back in, put them back in, put them back in.
Did you hear like the original Kickstarter, like because the Kickstarter thing had dungeon guides and then
Yeah.
they stopped putting dungeon guides in it because players weren't understanding like why dungeon guides are important to the game, and they were just, oh, I could just DG to like 1 or 2, get a materialization so I'm ahead, and then like by the time they get to 3 they have like 1 to 2 cards, like I can't play anything.
It was it's a card that was like when we first got it, it was like, yeah, it didn't do much. But it's also it became good if we look back to the older rulings. Dungeon Guide was also used as a kind of a combo piece for Lorraine. Was when we
Mm-hmm.
first started like getting them played, and then we kind of put the math together, and we're like, wait a second, going from 2 to 3 means I keep a card. That's value.
Wait a darn moment. Man, I really wish for one tournament they undo the wake up rule from Dungeon Guide.
Oh
I
no,
want
I
to
don't want.
relive that dream.
You want that with Tenoris? Is the
Yeah, I do. I do.
Oonga Boonga you for 4? Wake up, Oonga Boonga you for 4 again. Good luck, buddy.
No, it's gonna be for 10. There's gonna be a heavy swing attached to it. I just imagine it with CL too, if you have 5+ in your mastery. Mm.
We're bringing something into existence. Don't let Silodar know about this.
Oh, please do. NEETfull, catch us up here. What have we missed? I see a level 3 Xander on board.
Yeah, so a lot happened here. So we were talking about Dungeon Guide, why it's so good. We did exactly that. We essentially leveled to 2, got to potentially some of our value back on the on enter, returning cards back to our hand, keeping that influence neutral, and then of course getting our Dungeon Guide right into 3. So now because of that, we went from our Tristan being ahead of us, hitting level 2 before us, to we are now at level 3. We are a little bit lower influence now than we were in game 1. So that is something that you're going to see Luxem now do here, is kind of have to be a little bit more selective on playing its interaction, try to kind of gain back that value. But we also kind of see that return for Tristan with putting out the Thurible, potentially get some cards out of the way, get some more influence. And we're seeing the mirror come out this time as well. This way we can actually turn off the Luxem activation. Uh, we will still get the triggers off the reveal, but we will be able to keep our influence, unlike last game where Luxem forced us to keep putting the cards down. Because one of the rules with Luxem trigger, Luxem does require us to, when we do the reveal, to reveal Luxem cards. If we turn off the elements of those cards, they are norm. So now we don't have to worry about putting cards down because technically we're showing 0 Luxem. Unfortunately, the ruling of element bonus and the class bonus is still going to trigger. So we're still going to get the effects, but we can at least have a fighting battle at this time and not just put my cards down and hope they don't have it.
Very true. And we see a dungeon guide here from Yam as well, going into Tristan. And a little fun fact. Let's see if you know this trivia. If someone is trying to imbue with a exalted card and you nullifying mirror, is the card still exalted?
Yes. So imbue is part of the cost. So you do not get a chance to respond to the imbue. So let's just say in the example that I am playing the card and I'm imbuing, imbue is part of paying the cost. So that happens before your opponent ever gets a response. However, flip side of that, if you turn off your opponent's memory before, or in this case, activate the mirror before they ever play an imbue card, you will not be able to imbue it because you will not have that element.
Sorry, I misspoke. Yes, you have to use a mirror before. But a norm exalted card, if they activate mirror and then you try to imbue with that, is that still imbuable? That's your question.
Oh, that's my question.
Yeah,
I'm not smart enough with
that's
the
what I was
rules.
trying to get at.
Okay, I'm not smart enough with the rules to actually know this ruling.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
And is it
Well,
specifically the exalted imbue?
Yeah, so think of Regal Inquisition, right? And you're trying to imbue a Benediction Angel. All it says is just advanced imbue 1. And if someone activates Nullifying Mirror, and then you use the Regal Inquisition to imbue, technically it's still Norm. So the question is it Norm Exalted, or is it just pure Norm? That's the quiz for you here today, and for chat, if chat wants to jump in on that.
I want to say it's pure norm that it does remove the exalted, but I could very much be wrong on that.
All right, we'll let chat respond to here's with that delay. In the meantime, we'll look at Yam's board state. We went Dungeon Guide into Dungeon Guide. We double DG'd, drew some cards, Shadow Reavered, got some shadows, pulled out our not Assassin's Ripper, the other stabby object.
The Shadow's Claw.
Shadow's Claw, thank you. Attacked in, setting Xander all the way to 15. And now it's Bonnie's time to try and fight back. And I'm looking at some of these reveals here. Is that triple Lightweavers into Luxemsite?
I think it is. I know at least two of those are light weavers for sure. I don't know about the final one. And I did not catch what the timepiece was called for this time. Oh, never mind. It was already gone. I looked up and it's gone.
It was here and then it wasn't. That's how he got the cards down. Are we just going straight to the face? Tons of damage.
Which how many cards do we have? Which the worst part about it, I realize this now. We have two of the end caps from Bonnie under the Shadow Reaver activation, so this makes it really awkward.
You know, 4 incaps are really hard to fight through. 6 incaps, that's a different story.
And we're doing the Regal here. The awkward part about this Regal is we're kind of just digging for that. I think we're just dealing for the Shadow Strike because we don't really care what other cards, if it's an incap, because well, our opponent already has two that we cannot get rid of with Regal.
On cover, we're gonna reveal some more Lightweaver Assault, I'm assuming here. Is he just gonna try and do these small pain damages to take it out? If so, I think that'd be like a real interesting workaround. Yam's really having to consider if you want to use one of these incaps right now.
I think Yam's actually more worried about the heal than it is the pings almost. However, all the Lightweavers did go down, meaning unless we have the fourth Lightweaver, it looks like we are going to be passing one more turn here. And if we top deck the Shadow Strike, I think it's over at that point.
How many prep counters? I believe 5. Is that correct?
I believe 5, which will
So
coming in for 10, I believe.
yeah, we'll need a
With the
little
claw.
bit more to get through that spirit.
Well, with the Shadow Strike for 10 and the rest of the board, I think we'll have. I think the damage is we have 18 damage on board.
And Bonnie's effectively at 3.
Yes.
So yeah, just a little shy. Maybe throw in another ace in, right? That wouldn't hurt.
Nah, not at all. Ooh, actually, I do not hate this because we did show off of the Regal that there is the Innervate Agility that we could potentially use the Innervate to go back to the other level 3 just to recover 5 if we need to. And then Dungeon Guy back up again for some additional shadows.
Oh, that is very true. What's the top card in the stack for Shadow Reaver? Is that Thieving Cup? Crystallized
Crys-
Destiny, Gleaming Cut, in cap. Hmm. Alrighty, so not really beneficial there either. This is shaping up to be kind of a dire situation for Bonnie here.
Uh-oh, Shadow
The
Strike.
Shadow Strike. And that is Lineage release in response. You have to, right? You can't take that damage. Going down. We are going in for 2 here with the shadows. Another 2. And then we need just 5 damage to close it off. Tristan not known for fast speed damage here.
Yeah, and a little bit scary actually putting our opponent at 20 because Luxem does play Luxem does play Chalice of Blood, so this does put them in the range of, yep, there it is. Sure enough. Like clockwork. Puts us to that perfect threshold to pop Chalice Blood, getting 2 more cards. And we have multiple Light Weavers in our already shown from memory. So and then likely just cycling some additional cards. Putting in some ping, cycling some more before we do the reveal.
One at a time.
Yep, mirror in response, so we're not putting any cards down. This does mean we do all 4 Light Weavers. Wow, all right.
That is Exodia.
Maybe we don't even need to play a Light Weavers at this point. Which currently still staring down double in cap with 4 cards in hand, so we can play both in caps if we need to.
Let us see. Show us the value. Show us the big play here.
Is that what, 12 cards?
I can't count. Both his hand nor regularly. It's about 13 to 6 in influence here. Yamshan has 1 in cap face up that we know of. There is
2 in
potential
cap.
another in cap. Oh, bringing out Assassin's or Mercenary's Blade here. I don't know why I'm calling every dagger Assassin's Ripper. I just like
Bringing out the Assassin's Ripper, bringing out the Umbra Assassin's Ripper, the free cheating out Assassin's Ripper.
Everything's just Assassin's Ripper at this point.
My favorite is Lorraine's Sword of Assassin Ripping. That's actually one of my favorite. Uh, one of my favorite cards.
Just 2 damage is all you need for this clean 2-0. Playing it smart, playing it safe. Yam cannot overcommit, because as soon as cards go down into that memory, Bonnie will respond in kind with cards in their own memory, and a Light Weaver kind of beats out any ally.
Yeah, it realistically though, it comes down to this turn. If the turn gets passed, I think regardless, because of being able to put the Light Weavers down, the game will end unless we have Availing. But most likely this is probably the turn to end it. So we're either going for lethal here or nothing at all.
A Regal.
Regal.
What do you do here? Do you just pull the trigger now? Because you have to. You can't let these Light Weavers assaults get taken.
Well, it's not even that. We also made we're gonna take another 3 cards as you said before.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah. Oh. it comes down here. Double Lightweaver's Thin Cap is the only way out.
My oh my, are we about to go to a game 3 here because of a Regal Inquisition? Yamcham saying, let me take a peeksy at that hand, and Bonnie saying, if you do, I lose the game. So I'm gonna go ahead, put 4 down, and attempt a Lightweaver's Assault.
We're only putting down, is that 4 or is that 3? We doing something else? We doing some hidden tech?
Is this where they just double juggle knives for the for the game?
I'd respect it.
I got you getting me, surprise.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
We see an in cap. Interesting. Do you think we in cap in response to this? We get in a fight?
Yep, I think we have to. And yep, sure enough, we are. Because I think if we let that if we let that result, or in this case, we let it stop here, we essentially have to pass the turn. So this is kind of the make or break turn.
Yeah, the fact that Yam has access to 2 of Bonnie's in caps. Oh, exploit. We're gonna cycle here. On top of the deck. What could we be looking for here? That is the question. Using one of our rare draws. We only have 2 more for this turn. 2 down that was? Excalibur. What? We're getting rid of.
Yeah, I think the Excalibur maybe, if it is going, it might be going for the Tithe Proclamation.
But it looks like the concession here, just revealing the hand in total.
Yeah, but it looks like we are potentially going to a game 3 here because I think there's not really a way out here. Because if that Regal resolves, we're going down to a 3-card hand, no Lightweaver's Assaults. Actually, less than that because we drew a card. We drew a card for the turn. So
No,
it'd
you
be a
can't get a.
2-card hand.
He can't draw these. No, the game's null.
Oh, Regal does
Oh,
put it.
is it reveal and put into hand? Hmm. Less
So
good.
it would
Less
not work
good.
that way.
Why are we running Tithe Proclamation?
Probably realistically, yeah. Tithe could also just very much be a staple in the deck because I think it's main board for this. Yeah, it's main board.
Yeah.
It could also be because of the how many of the win decks are going around, trying to draw additional cards.
Get the gleamings. Gleam. What got Excalibur? Does. No, nothing got Excalibur. He showed it and then decided, you know what? It's not worth it here. The Gleaming Cut with the Shadow's Claw is game here. Shadow just needs to get in. So this is scary.
The question is, do we remember the Gleaming Cut is there?
Oh, we can't Gleaming Cut. We only have 4 cards in hand, so if we go to Gleaming Cut, we just get light. Oh no, the light weavers went
No,
away.
Lightweavers are gone.
Yeah,
They're all gone.
I don't know. Just Gleaming. Turn it sideways.
That is our second draw.
Tristan attacks and exploit vulnerability in response. We're gonna draw a card. That's our second draw. You gotta deal with the shadows. or the Shadow's Claw. Another Excalibur would be really nice if you have Luxem sites. Maybe use those to cycle. Oh, I saw a yellow card. Well, Luxem site, we're cycling.
That is our last draw we can make too. Ooh.
Resolute Stand. Oh, what a draw into there. Absolutely. Is that mainboard or sideboard? That is 2 mainboard resolutes. Which
Which we're passing the turn back over. One more turn here. We just got to find 2 damage. Activate a mirror in response, so no triggers or reveal. We'd already pitched the site, so nothing there. Playing the optical control.
what do you
Bonnie out
think's
here
being
buying as
named?
much time as possible. I would assume maybe. It's actually a tough call here because there's not really, I don't think, any actions that can present lethal in a Tristan stack. Potentially maybe naming attack in case we want to put everything down for another Shadow. Well, we need at least 1 prep, so even then it's kind of rough. But either say an attack or ally. I don't see there's much reason to name action here unless we potentially have a win here. Which if we have a Gleaming Cut, this could be it.
Striking Luminance as well.
And there is 1 Striking Luminance in the list, so we could have gotten it.
A
Or a
dungeon guide
guide in
just
for 1.
coming in.
Is that another dungeon guide for lethal? No Striking Luminance.
Alright, that dungeon guide wasn't necessary.
Oh,
Oh,
Intervent. It did name action. It looks
it
like.
did name action. Looks like there might be a little bit of discussion. You do have to pay 4 additional. Oh, looks like maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding. Optic control is you name a card type and not a card. And so the card type was action, meaning all actions had to be or cost 4 more. And it's not like you just name a specific card like Incap, which would cost 4 more.
Yep, that's as we talked about. Optical Control is a very, very, very flexible card. Very good card too. Something we've seen both Siryu and and Luxem use very, very well. It's kind of a new kind of piece of tech as a way to kind of just manipulate your opponent's influence. So a lot of these lists that are kind of just trying to hold up cards, hold up interaction, now have to essentially when you have to play 6 for an incap, doesn't feel great.
Indeed. And, we talked about paying 4 for an ASIN and it feels good. Paying 4 for other cards don't feel as good.
Very, very much so. And the fact that card is so flexible that you can even into an ally matchup name allies and essentially tell the ally player just skip your turn is backbreaking most of the time.
Yeah, just take a turn off, chill. Play another card type in your deck. Oh wait.
Oh, you're an ally list? Hope you drew the one of interaction piece you got.
Uh-oh, did someone not put anything else beside oops, all allies?
I think I just took an extra turn after this one is what that said, didn't it? Yeah. And it replaces itself? Oh man.
Optical control plus 2ing me. Who would
Turns
have
out
thought?
pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, it is. This is definitely one of those lists where now with this meta, Serene Fire is still a very, very strong control list, especially in the hands of a pilot that has as much time as Bonnie does. Where in those situations where you know you need to present, you need to get the damage in, you need to get your opponent to a threshold to be able to get lethal in different ways. And we saw it played very well by Bonnie. We had the option, we knew we had to play for our outs, and in the end, worked out in our favor.
It did, and that was actually way closer than like anticipated, right? We thought Tristan was going to secure it. Bonnie managed to solve that puzzle. That resolute stand at the last minute came in clutch, and then and drawing into that optical control to secure the game.
Yeah, and I think part of it is we unfortunately we have with having to pitch our opponent's cards and draw into that. It's the deck has more ways than just Lightweavers, and we drew the right side of the deck. On top of there was a couple of a couple. Yeah, and there could have been a couple of ways to potentially drag that out for maybe an extra turn. Like you could have maybe said, "Hey, instead of trying to go for lethal here, one more." But again, it was kind of going to be a back and forth between that battle, and it's in very much is the longer you let Luxem sit and do what it needs to, what the more you see these kind of responses where they can just build up influence, build up interaction, and say, "Okay, now it's my turn." It is a deck you have to pressure very early, and if you don't, well, you can see firsthand what happens.
Yeah, it's you can't let the deck set up. It you need to interact with it. It needs to be fast. And I think we all know the feeling playing against this Luxem deck as like the aggressive deck. They get to that level 3 breaking point, show you a Luxem site, show you 2 Luxem sites, and you just watch your victory slip out of your hands as that number goes way back down to 0.
Those Lightweavers start eating your board, and it's just like, all right, I guess. Yeah, and I will say right now it is a very strong list. We have a lot more pieces of as of course with fire being able to play a lot more aggressive and other decks. Unfortunately, we have kind of seen things like Topsy Decree kind of fall out of a lot of lists. A lot of decks are not really respecting floating memory the way they used to. So it's kind of a deck that's kind of crept its way back in. It goes the greedy you are, the well, I'm gonna be greedy too. I'm gonna show you what it's like to be the true greedy list.
The true greed is upon us. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those I like when you can play greedy decks in the game because they're fun, but also I really don't like playing against greedy decks because it's not fun to play against.
Oh yeah. It's because you're sitting there debating the whole time, like, do I play interaction for this deck? You're like, nah, it's like it's only like one maybe part of the meta share. I don't think I'll see it. And as soon as you make that decision, it's like, oh buddy, you're playing 3 Lux advantage.
I gotcha. Lost in deck building, GG.
Round one, what are you playing against? Oh, it's the only deck you said you weren't gonna see. Well, Silidar saw it and put you up
Yeah.
against it.
That was my Ascent Akihabara experience. I brought an anti-fire deck, and I was like, I'm gonna pair into these fire decks and just like destroy them. I'm super good, like all that. Paired into just Wind Tristan and Wind Ride the whole day, and I was like, okay, I give up. I don't want to play anymore. These games go way too long.
I did the same thing when dragons started falling off, and like you would barely see dragons because like there was wind Tristan everywhere back in that share. And I was like, yeah, I'll play a store championship. What are the odds I'm gonna see dragon? Nobody wants to play a dragon list when there's 4 Shadow Strike Tristans in our meta. There's no way. And somehow I saw all 3 of the dragons in our in our store champ, and I'm like, all right, all right.
You know, sometimes people's path is a lot luckier, but we're gonna go ahead and go to break here. I'm Valkyrie. This is NEETfull, and we will all catch you in for round 2. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TCG NA Online RDO Webcam Weekly, hosted here by Serene Balance Productions. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm with Jim, who is Eternal. How you doing?
I am doing great. I caught the tail end of the last game, and after that clash of the Titans, the battle of the assassins of yesteryear, I am thoroughly enthused for whatever else the TCG Online Weekly is going to bring. This tournament never fails to surprise and delight.
Yes, I am with you on that one. We have old decks, we have new decks, we have meme decks, we have who knows what decks, and all of it can be seen here at the Webcam Weekly. And I think there's rumoring we're gonna try, but we might get some Jimmy Lee action going on. I've seen the deck list
Hmm.
he's on. Don't want to spoil it because if he is on camera, I want to live it with the audience. But I'm excited for that potentially.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, Jimmy Lee, a mainstay of this tournament for sure, and one of the hesitate to use the word champion because it's overloaded, but definitely one of the people that you have to watch out for if you're going to face against them. Very, very strong player.
Oh yes, 100%. Jimmy Lee has a anime protagonist kind of aura to him. Yeah, there people will always be rooting for him, and when it looks dire, it's usually when he does his best.
Yeah, and he always makes things work that don't work for anybody else, right? There's a reason they call Domains Tony the Jimmy Lee special. Like it's just not something anybody else has seen nearly as much success with as Jimmy Lee has. There's just something about him, some like I don't know, his luck stat is just higher. Like I don't know what it is, but yeah, something about him.
Oh man, the luck stat being higher. You do know luck is a skill, and that's very important to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Looks like we are getting a rumbling of our pairings here, Jim. It is gonna be Jimmy Lee is our first player, and he's on domains, but not the domains you'd think. These
All
are
right.
water domains.
Oh, the Jimmy Lee special Mark II.
Or would this be the Mark 8 since we have the mech tokens for it now, right? Oh man, oh man. And here we have a matchup of water Gambu. And it looks
Mm.
like this deck has a special name. It's called the Araquanids version or the Araquanids list. Let's take a quick peek here just to see what could mean it's a little spider. I'm seeing some spicy cards in here, Jim. Some things I'm kind of excited to be played.
Oh,
This is not
very
your
interesting.
typical
Yeah.
Gambu list.
No, it really isn't. First off, you rarely see exalted cards in most Genbu lists. A lot of Genbu lists stop at Guoja 1 and never bother to go much higher. Maybe Guoja 2 if you need the quest counters or something like that. So seeing something like Artist Floodborn Deacon in here is definitely not a card that I expected. Bestial Frenzy also makes some amount of sense. There are beasts in this deck. We know of one particularly iconic beast that you might want to give cleave to, but not a card that I have seen before in one of these lists. Very exciting to see what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, all I can tell you is there's going to be a lot of delusion happening,
Mm,
and that's the important
For
thing to keep
sure.
in mind.
For sure. Yeah, I'm actually seeing a decent chunk of additional beasts in here. So not just the usual suspect, also a Zhueying Shadowmare coming up, and some young beast bonders in here to really, make that extra difference. I'm really enthused to see how this works. If it ends up being sort of more of an ally focused list with the big turtle as backup, that could be really, really interesting.
We also run the two fractal polar depths as well, just to keep that little bit of mill strategy in. So if these allies packages don't end up working out, you have a way to go through. And the important part is a lot of decks have cut Lantern out of lists, mainboard and sideboard. So you are able to get is the word greedy? Okay, you're allowed to get greedy with these kind of styles of just, relying on your elemental graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think greedy is the right word. Although in this case, there's some Mustangs around, so maybe not as greedy as you might think. But as a deck that absolutely hates to see Lantern on the other side of the board, if you knew that everybody was going to be packing a Lantern in their sideboard, you would never bring that deck. So
Mhm.
you have to. It is a little bit of a roll of the dice. You have to kind of decide whether or not you think it's going to be a good idea to be, facing up against those kind of odds. And it is a question of whether or not the odds are good or the odds are bad. But if there's not a lot of lanterns out there, then Genbu's a heck of a list.
It is, and there's no better way to test a list like this except for here at your weeklies. This is the perfect reason why these are hosted, because it allows people to play the game, test some ideas, and who knows, if this deck slaps, maybe they take it to the regional this Saturday. This is the proving ground. The players you'll be playing against on this weekly are people you'll be playing against Saturday. So it's a great way to get those reps in, get those practice in, get out of your comfort zone a little bit too. If you're used to playing with like your local meta, this is a great way to play against new players, new styles, new decks.
Mm-hmm. And Saturday is the online regional, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Very cool. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of the same people here that you're going to see on Saturday, and yeah, everybody's invited.
Everyone
But
is invited. I like that.
yeah, of course. But here we are getting started with the game, going on into it. We have our Genbu player on top. We are Arsum. And of course, the inimicable Jimmy Lee at the bottom. Hyper Collectibles playmat. And Tony sitting there on the side with that giant glowing shield. Oh, I love these animations. They're so cool.
Really looking like a hero, right? Tony Street does look like a protector. Looks like someone who is here to fight for the side of good and to protect their allies. And we'll just see how well Tenoris can deal with protecting the walls against the onslaught of the water beasts and animals from Genbu.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the surface of it, it seems like it is likely to be a decent matchup for Jimmy here, because Atmos Armor is a great defensive card. That helps you really avoid any issues with something like a Stratagem of Myriad Ice, which I think Araquanid is... no stratagems, so dodging that bullet. But Blade of Creation and the Cleave is a great way to get past, the wall of Genbu and the other defensive walls. And I think Genbu is the kind of deck that will give Jimmy Lee enough time to get those expensive Neos cards out. But of course, we're starting off with some inexpensive domains, just going neutral here with Hub of Innovation for Jimmy Lee, and getting ready to see what We Are Arsum's first play is.
Indeed, we are awesome. Looking in, I really want to think if it's going to be a typical Genbu turn imbuing a Fractal of Rain, which we see a face-up Seaside Ringleader already. I just feel like in most Genbu decks, this is what you do. Also showing the Shadowmare immediately as well.
Giving the game away. So Jimmy Lee now knows that whatever he's up against, it's definitely not a standard Genbu deck. Zhueying is by far not a common include. So definitely going to be some interesting things going on here. Jimmy Lee has to wonder, am I setting myself up for something dangerous if I play aggressively? Do I need to play more defensively than I normally would? The Seaside Ringleader coming down on the first turn, dealing a little bit of extra damage here. 2 damage on Arsum's turn 1 is a pretty aggressive start for Genbu, which Jimmy Lee has to be wondering now, okay, is this going to be the tone for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it does feel like if someone commits a Fractal of Rain and then immediately goes into an ally, it sort of feels like they're not trying to go for the long game. They're not trying to go for that value. They are here to set up their mills for the Genbu and then start dealing that aggressive damage. Jimmy, though, opting into a backup charger, just sort of okay with it, right? Taking the time. Tenoris has a huge life pool being a Guardian, so this early damage isn't as scary if you are able to get 1 to 2 level ups fast.
Yeah, 100%. And Jimmy Lee setting up here, he's saying, I think I have this in stride. I don't think there's going to be enough damage to kill me early on. I think I have the time to go for a little bit more influence here and set up for my strong later turns, which, like you say, with a Guardian health pool, is a lot of baked-in defense whenever Jimmy Lee does decide to level up.
It is, and you just got to play the namesake of the deck, right? You got to play domains.
You absolutely do. 2 of them on the field already, and now we have Arsum going to the obvious next play here, right? Guoja level 1, you really need to get that Fate Stone onto the board, and we see that Fate Stone along with the entirety of Arsum's material deck, and going into their draw phase, and seeing what kind of action they're going to produce here. Are we going to be seeing more aggression here, do you think?
Yeah, I really do feel like it's going to be a lot of more aggression, and it was what we banished was, or I'm sorry, what we milled was a liquidation and a resonating fugue. So 2 cards you really don't want to lose in this specific list, because I feel like those are your 2 possible win cons.
Yeah, absolutely. Liquidation, almost playing the role of the banned card out of Diana's deck. Just a massive spell hit, right? Just huge damage coming out of relatively nowhere. And Resonating Fugue, sort of the capstone card for the deck with Genbu, able to deal, 20 plus damage in a single turn. So yeah, dangerous options to get milled. But that has to give Jimmy Lee a little bit of safety, right? If those are the cards getting milled, maybe they're less likely to get played. Of course, we are seeing the Seaside Ringleaders plural now coming in for 4 damage. So Jimmy Lee has to be thinking about the defense a little bit more and making the defensive play of going to level 1, getting that extra health pool.
That is, and we are just passing turn after leveling up. Nothing coming out of that. That is makes you wonder, does Jimmy have a play that's reactive, or is it just a dead draw in hand with nothing but Neos? And that's the scary part about level 3 decks, is that potential of just completely getting a stuffed up hand with unplayables.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there could be a diffusive block or a Storm of Thorns that he's waiting to play. He could be sitting back trying to get an Engulf here in order to deal with some of Arsum's scarier threats. But it might just be a terrible hand. Like you said, there's a bunch of Neos in this deck. There's a bunch of reactive plays that don't affect a board with no allies, and he could just not have anything yet. Bestial Frenzy going down for Arsum, as well as, I believe that was a Thronekeeper Bullfrog, so some additional float going into Arsum's deck.
Yes, the Toad has been benched, unfortunately. Recollecting, drawing here, and these Seaside Relingers are double problem, Jim. You deal with them, and they go to the grave, and then We Are Some gets value. Or you keep them alive, and you keep taking 4 damage every turn.
Yeah, this board is just getting scarier and scarier. Here comes the Frostsworn Paladin, gonna be banishing that earlier Thronekeeper Bullfrog in order to get an additional card for Arsum, as well as an additional buff counter. If Jimmy Lee allows it, we can see that sort of the delay here. Nope, going through. So yeah, extra buff counter, extra card, lots of damage coming in. 7 damage on the board here. What do you think Jimmy Lee's next move is? How does Jimmy Lee deal with this oncoming onslaught?
Yeah, I think you have to play a defensive card here. We see the Storm of Thorns coming down using that fractal and 1 in memory. This is going to help stem a little bit of that damage. Go ahead, take 1 each from the Seaside Ringlingers, and then the Frostborn only coming in for its unbuffed 2 because of it. And it's an alright move, right? You prevent 3 damage, you get a float to be able to level up, but the issue with allies is they will still be on the board the next turn. So you either have to have another defensive option, or find a solution to get rid of them.
Yep. I think the pause earlier was the question of whether or not Jimmy Lee... I feel like he has an Engulf in his hand. And now that he's at level 2, it's going to be a lot easier to Engulf something and then still have another defensive play. So we'll probably be seeing that on Arsum's next turn, since Arsum seems to be really, really aggressive here. Just putting down allies, swinging in, and the mills have been not super generous for Arsum, but like just enough to get that extra float for the Paladin and keeping him kind of moving forward in this game. We are seeing Reciprocity Dordomezia's Call, which recently updated in Proxia's Vault. A very powerful, kind of auto-include at this point for any Tony deck. Not a lot of upkeeps to negate with it, but definitely an extra source of allies, an extra source of card draw. So, not card draw, but just allies basically for free. As well as giving Tony a way to take advantage of that level 2, get an attack in, which is pretty good, clearing the Frostborn Paladin. So a really, really solid play here, clearing up the board a little bit, and making way for a little bit more of Jimmy Lee's own board presence.
Yeah, this change to the reciprocity from the Proxy's Vault really changes the dynamic of level 2 Tenoris. Before, you would usually let that attack bonus go to the wayside, but now you actually have a way to take advantage of it. And with the way Jimmy Lee has played, having those 2 domains, making it a free materialization for your turn, it is such value. And this is how you stop some of that aggression. You play a 0/4 Taunter.
Yep, Thronekeeper Bullfrog, actually just a mercenary, willing to play both sides. We've got a Bullfrog coming out for Jimmy Lee here to gum up the works. And that might actually be not a hard stop to Arsem's offense, but a just a brief stop sign, right? It's probably going to die to the double ringleader on the next turn, unless Jimmy Lee is going to be throwing out yet another Storm of Thorns. A Storm of Thorns here would be killer.
Oh, and another one would be really good. I also like the addition Jim Lee doesn't forget to activate the reciprocity just to get that little automaton drone, because you don't need an upkeep trigger to negate. It's just you rest it to negate, and then you still get an automaton drone. So coming in, clearing the board, and Jim Lee setting up really nicely to go to level 3.
Yeah, this is a great start. Has the float in the yard along with 2 cards down. So really in a great position here to just make it happen. Getting 1 damage off of the drone. So drone coming in for the attack. Oh, the Mill of the Dungeon guide. Unfortunate for Jimmy Lee. And looks like another artist going to the graveyard for Arsem.
That is indeed. That means only 1 left, I believe, in the deck here. Only 3 ofs. I really want to see that deck, or I'm sorry, the card to pop off. But Goji is very far away from getting to that level 3. I think we're still just on that ally plan here, and a Fracturize, assuming targeting this reciprocity here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Arsem doesn't want to give Jimmy Lee an infinite automaton engine, so Fracturize is going to put paid to that. Unless here comes that engulf, exactly what I thought was going to happen. And saving reciprocity is actually pretty neat here. You know, that does give Jimmy Lee a lot more freedom. And the engulf, unlike most other negate cards, doesn't banish the Fracturize, so Fracturize is still available for float. But definitely very important for Jimmy Lee to keep the board here.
Oh, if Engulf banished, that card would be so good. It would do everything. It would be the #1 negate. It's already super strong, as almost every water deck just runs it in here. Now, Awesome is dealt with a very difficult situation. Do you kill this Bullfrog and give Jimmy a float?
Yeah, that is a very good question. I mean, I think he has to, given that all of his offense right now is on the board. I don't think he can afford to leave that defensive option available for Jimmy, because he kind of needs to push damage here while he still has the opportunity to do so. Once the Neos cards start coming down, almost everything is going to be hard stalled unless Arsene gets some really, really big hits. And yeah, look at all of this damage just going in immediately. Avatar of Gembu coming down, coming in for not a huge amount of damage, but that extra 1 can matter for sure.
Yeah, every little bit counts. Like, you've played allies, Jim. You know that if you can get at least like a couple of damage here or there, it all adds up till the very end. But passing the turn, and Jimmy says, "Hold on, I got a float. Now choose 2 for me, please, because I'm about to go to level 3 and show you what these domains are used for."
Yeah, I can't wait to see what kind of Neo's garbage Jimmy is going to throw onto the table here. Like, it's always such a huge concern, right? The thing about Tony, that in many people's hands, he seems very powerful, but you have to live long enough to get his engine up and running, right? All of the different moving parts that he has going on, all of the different tokens and domains that you need to get onto the field. So he's got a little bit of time to build up. He's got to ramp up to his full potential. And most decks out there are just fast enough to stop him from doing that. But in this situation, he's at level 3 now with that gigantic Guardian health pool that cannot be denied. And Arsem hasn't really made much happen other than a couple of allies on the board. You know, that mill definitely building up to some potentially powerful deluge cards. Looks like he has I didn't quite count, but maybe 8 or 9 cards in his graveyard. So getting close to that deluge potential, but still nothing is materialized quite yet in terms of solidifying that offense, in terms of being able to close out the game.
Exactly, very well put here. There is always the potential of the Gembu flip. I think it's at 6 counters. Can't quite tell from this angle here. So Gembu, also a very scary thing to deal with. I'm sure Jimmy, though, has an idea how to get around it and how to stop it if he is taking such an aggressive level up here and, going lower on influence. Total of 6, I believe, in hand here. 2 down, oh my gosh, you mentioned it, and it is on the field here.
This is the card. Yeah, Utmost Armor type Ares is huge. It comes in with the 2 shield tokens that allows you to pull an attack into them, as well as resting to be able to prevent non-combat damage, and just an absolute monster of defense on the field. Part of one of many bricks in the wall that Tony is able to put up, but this is like 3 or 4 bricks all at once. Like you need to be able to deal with multiple different units in order to be able to handle the defensive threat that type Ares represents.
Oh my gosh, is that the Cleave card here? I'm blanking on the name.
Giant Blade of Creation, is that what this is?
Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it was almost free, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like 4 tokens, or yeah, it looks like 4 tokens on the field.
2, 3.
So 3 cost makes sense. Oh no, it definitely costs less than that.
Yeah, that's because
because the power cell is also a token.
Yes, that's power cell is also a token. Oh wow, so yeah, only had to pay 1 for the blade. The blade did get negated though, so unfortunately,
yeah,
ran into that issue.
The last thing any ally focused deck wants to see is an enormous cleave. So Arsene definitely has to put paid to that. Can't let that just happen.
Yeah, that does just spell doom. It looks like we're banishing 2. Are we going to level 2 here? Oh no, we banished 1 for smoke bombs, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like smoke bombs coming in for an extra card. And Neo Sight coming down for Jimmy. Just to take a look at some of the options that are available.
Interesting. And Neo's Sight.
Yeah. Unsurprising that the Tony player would control 8 or more objects in order to get that extra draw from Neo Sight.
Okay, I was double checking. I was like, Neo Sight,
Yes.
how many objects do you need to have? 8 is... Yeah, I think Jimmy's there.
Yeah, Jimmy definitely has a lot of things on the board. Most of them are defensive, so this doesn't really translate into a lot of ways to close out the game. But Arsene now is in a much more difficult position if he wants to deal actual damage to Jimmy. Like, these are a lot of cards that he needs to be able to get through. And he fortunately for Arsene, he does have a lot of cards on the board. So he's in a good place to start chewing through these walls, to start bringing the wall down a little bit, piece by piece, 1 attack at a time. But it's going to be a lot to get through for sure.
Yeah, it's just the scary part is as soon as you pass turn, if Jimmy just finds another Blade of Creation, and he has already drawn multiple cards since the last one, it's if you don't have an answer to that, I feel like your game is just almost halted. You need to find an alternative way to win, because Tenoris, once they stabilize, they typically don't lose from that point.
Yeah, that is exactly the problem with Tenoris, that it's that ramp up. Once they get to the top of that ramp, they have a lot of momentum on their side. But of course, the ringleader's coming in, getting rid of those shields exactly like they're supposed to. And now we're counting to see how many cards we have. Is that enough to buff the avatar of Genbu? I think not yet.
No Deluge 12. I believe there's only 9 in the grave is what I counted.
Sounds correct to me. That Avatar of Genbu, even though it's not dealing that much extra damage, is still a unique ally, though. So enabling that Zhueying attack coming in for 3 additional damage. Pretty hefty hit. And clearing the Atmos armor, which puts this board almost back to square one for Jimmy.
Indeed, it does, Atmos armor. But one thing about that, though, here, Jim, is Jimmy's fine when Tenoris isn't being attacked. If all these allies are trying to clear board, that just means Tenoris has more turns to get the domains from your level 3 champion, get those on the field, and then really look for that kill turn. And I just want to confirm if it is the correct kill turn. Are we running the Assemble the Ancients combo? We are not actually running Assemble the Ancients. We're doing the Iron Halo clockwork combo. Okay. So Jimmy really has like the late game setup. So I think this is just one of those moments where the allies player is doing the correct play of removing the board to help stabilize, but at the same time, you need to put pressure to Tenoris.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And there's not a lot, like, there's, you know, these defensive walls that you need to get through. And we've seen that happen now, right? Jimmy's walls are at least a little bit down. You know, all of these allies, all of these objects on the board cleared at the moment. However, Arsum has flipped his Genbu, which means that is a potential point of failure on Arsum's side, right? If we get another Blade of Creation coming down, if we get another big cleave, if we get enough damage onto that Genbu, that's a terrible situation for Arsum to be in.
That's 100%. And Arslan doing the right thing here with the Terrafring, saying, if you want to try and cleave me, you're going to have to pay 2 more. And it is just a scary thing. I don't know Jimmy's total influence here, but does he have enough to try and play a cleave, pay for the extra 2, and have a negate up as well? That is the important part.
Looks like 5 objects on the field, or 5 token objects specifically, on the field at the moment. Unless I'm misreading the one at the bottom. Oh, yeah, 5. Yeah, it looks like 5 token objects on the field. So Blade of Creation would cost 2 in order to activate, which is not that bad.
And 2 is being put down here, Jim. And that means Jimmy is left with 3 cards in hand. And, oh, no, just a Hub of Innovation.
Yeah, well, all right. Blade of Creation, Hub of Innovation, basically the same thing.
You know, you're right. I agree with you. They rhyme, and that's the important part.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Getting another automaton down. We have one of Jimmy's token domains coming down, also creating automatons, creating potentially more swords. Looks like we actually have Jimmy coming in with the sword in order to try and clear up this board a little bit, try and clean up some of the damage that's been dealt. But doesn't look like much of an effect has occurred here.
Yeah, it's now it's starting to look scary, right? These allies have stuck a little too long for Jimmy to be comfortable. It is gonna start adding up. That Genblue is flipped, so that means a fugue is in the future. At any moment, it can come down, and we're actually seeing the activation of Genbu right now. This could be the final turn. Genbu is getting ready to go in for the kill.
Yeah, Genbu activated in Recollection. Definitely the first part of the Genbu massive attack combo. Did all the allies get picked up?
Yes, they did just get ensnaring fumed by accident. accidentally recollected the allies instead of recollecting the memory there.
All right. Looks like the error got caught in time, so we're in a good place here.
Avatar Genbu, still no deluge coming in.
Yep, and still just clearing out the board. Still just making sure that Jimmy Lee doesn't ever get the board back. That's what's going on here. Diffusive block coming down to protect the one remaining automaton ally. And there it goes. So save 2 damage. But 3 damage now coming into Tony directly. No more allies on the field for Arsum to worry about. The aggression can pick back up.
It can. We have 3 down, and that is a Fractal of Polar Depths. This is a great way to turn on your Deluge if needed. Potential a liquidation in hand that we may be setting up for.
So it looks like the activation of Genbu in Recollection was a threat that didn't quite come to fruition. Maybe no fugue got drawn, or maybe Arsum just didn't see the opening that he was looking for. So kind of sitting back with a high toughness Genbu, not turning it into the fugued damage that usually happens in this situation. Which means that Jimmy Lee gets another turn here.
It does. It may have just been Cheklov's gun here for us, Jim. We are awesome showing us what will be happening in a future turn, just letting you know that Gembu can get big and that number can get scary. But Jimmy, now hitting that turn 3 at level 3, meaning you get your third and final domain, which is the also important protection domain. Interesting how Jimmy saved that for last. Typically, that is the first one you want to bring out. But now, fully online and available, all these domains cost 0 to activate since you have 6 domains.
Yeah, the 3 hubs of innovation, in addition to just being card neutral and a way to keep your deck moving, also work to cheapen the activation costs of these 3 token obelisks that Tenoris level 3 puts out. So definitely a very, very scary board here. You know, getting an automaton every turn, getting a sword every turn, being able to prevent 2 damage every turn. Like, this is a really, really strong base to work from, as long as Jimmy Lee does find the bigger threats that he's looking for, something that he can use to close out the game here.
Indeed. We also have the Wayfinders map with just a Grand Crusaders. Build your own GCR here. I'm trying to count the token objects. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 token objects. So a lot of things like Blade of Creation costs 1. That might what be Jimmy's hinting for. If you see another Atmos Ares, that can be such a big value train here for Jimmy.
More than likely, what we're going to see is Jimmy just grind this out. You can't kill me. I can't kill you. Let both of our boards just build up and build up and build up until Archon Broadsword can come out and be one giant fatal swing.
Archon Broadsword is such a good card from that material deck. It is the
It's
late
wild.
game. You let me build up too many tokens, and now you are going to pay the ultimate price by taking X plus the amount of tokens I have.
Yep. And those swords on the board definitely doing some additional work here. Tony coming in, resting in order to get an attack going. And the attack is, of course, the fated Blade of Creation.
This is a big old swing for, what is it?
7 cleave damage.
7, yeah. That's just, that's not a small number. None of these allies will be able to survive that.
Genbu does live through that, so, pretty strong turtle. And Arsum actually doubling down there, like, okay, I really don't want you to kill my Genbu. Activating Genbu's ability in order to increase his toughness. So, big strong turtle. With the retaliate here, which is nice.
Oh, that
getting
is
some
nice.
more damage onto Jimmy Lee, which is very much what Arsum is going to need. But while this does clear Arsum's board, you have to be worried about the threat of Deluge now that 4 more water cards have entered Arsum's graveyard.
That is very true. We also have that Fractal Polar Depths as well. If there is a card like Liquidation in hand, or even we can activate the Seaside Ringleader's pre-recollection as well with our Fractals to try and dig a little bit deeper in the deck.
Yeah, Arsum has some good card draw available, and with the continued mills off of the Fractal of Rain, there's a little bit more kind of velocity to Arsum's deck, getting a little bit more water cards, maybe getting a little bit more float if he's lucky. So he's definitely not out of options. And he could actually be banking on Jimmy Lee not being able to kill him for long enough for this Fractal of Polar Depths to be turned onto Jimmy Lee and get that mill out win. That is very much a possibility with how slow these Tony decks tend to run.
That is very true. The mill out for your opponent is a lot stronger, especially when you can't really kill them via damage. I'm just checking Jimmy's list to make sure there's no main deck Bell or any Tabulas, which there isn't, so that is a very strong option.
Yeah, definitely viable for this first game. Actually, look, it doesn't even have any in his sideboard. So if that's the way this ends up going, Arsum might actually have a reasonable threat on his hands. But Jimmy Lee starting to put on a little bit of pressure of his own. So we see 2 automaton allies on the board, backed up by yet another Thronekeeper Bullfrog. So if Arsum wants to get rid of those automatons, he's going to have to go through the frog again in order to make that happen. And if Jimmy Lee gets a turn with the automaton sticking, that army is going to double in size every single future turn. So that's very, very scary, unless your defenses are way, way harder to get through than Arsum's currently are.
Is indeed. And where Arsum goes ahead and pops the fractal. And so this is a huge amount of cards entering that graveyard now. Oh man, I feel like something spicy is going to be coming up on this turn.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be. This is definitely a precursor to something massive. This is either a lot of Deluge or a huge Genbu, and I can't wait to see which direction this goes. Honestly, given the Bullfrog on the field, it's a little bit dangerous for Arsum to try and go with Genbu here, but we did see those Bestial Frenzies in his deck list, so maybe the plan is to turn Genbu into like a 36-3 and cleave, which, like, Jimmy Lee's gonna have a real hard time putting that much damage back.
The ultimate, the Genbu, he just cleaves everything. I like it. Let's see what happens here. We're milling from the Fractal of Rain, getting that second and last Polar Depths. The mill strategy against Jimmy Lee is actually no longer an option.
Yep, the mill strategy is dead in the water, for this game at least. But Genbu still has the potential to be just massive here. Like, there are no words to describe how big Genbu can get if the Fugue comes down. But Arsum going to be hard-pressed to put together an offense without it. We do have the opportunity of Liquidation. That is a lot of damage to come out kind of out of nowhere. And if an artist manages to stick on the board, Liquidation is going to deal 14 damage with just one card activation. But until we see something like that, there's kind of not a lot going on.
That is a lot of damage. Even an artist with an Avatar of Genbu as well. That's a pretty...
Avatar of Genbu now a 3-5, 3-6, 3-6 Taunt Vigor with all of that Deluge. So that is also a pretty sizable threat, but that's still not going to get through the Bullfrog, let alone the layers of defense that Jimmy Lee has on the board and in his hand.
Yeah, with that Domain of Protection just ready to... The Bullfrog is effectively an 0-6 at this point. It is a... It's like the Languid Toad Troll. It's a build-your-own Languid Toad Troll.
Yep. And that's even without considering the diffusive blocks and Storms of Thorns that Jimmy Lee is likely holding on to.
Yeah, all the hidden information. It is wonderful, but we're just passing the turn here, it looks like.
Arsum holding on to his hand of looks like 7 or 8 cards. So maybe not the cards that he's looking for in terms of building up an offense, but probably a lot of defensive cards. Maybe we'll see an Engulf, maybe we'll see a Frostbind, something to interact with the plays that Jimmy Lee has here, because Arsum cannot afford to get much further behind on the board than he currently is.
Yeah, it seems like you need a very strong defensive play at this current moment, or it is going to end in Archon Broadsword. This is that moment you hope for a Fracturized Pre-Reflection.
Yeah, absolutely. And the real question is, does Arsum have any Fracturizes left at this late stage in the game? I hope so. I hope he's been saving a Fracturize for exactly this purpose. But we'll see. He's definitely putting down some cards, so a lot going on here.
Oh, we're activating Genbu.
Activating Genbu in response to the Archon Broadsword coming down is what it seems like here.
I count 29, maybe 30 water cards.
I mean, once you get into double digits, it's just large.
Are we thinking of a force Jimmy Lee to like attack with a cleave, then we fugue our Genbu and retaliate?
God, that would be so incredible. Is that where Arsum is at? Arsum's like, okay, I can't kill you through your defenses, but if you attack Genbu, then oh boy, we've got a different game going on. So maybe angling for the draw here, which I don't ever want to have to say about a game 1 in this situation, but Wow, what a fantastic board. What a fantastic setup. I just love the dynamic here. Two, like, one reasonably late game deck and one extremely late game deck. Just like building up and not quite finding the chinks in the defense that they need in order to get a kill through the various walls, but maybe setting up for something massive here.
Oh, here comes the Iron Halo force-filled node. And this just makes it even harder for Jimmy to die.
Yeah, preventing 2 damage out of every single damage source that is dealt to a non-Iron Halo card is, basically oh my god, I can't believe I blinked on the card name. The free 3 damage prevention for combat.
A Resolute.
Yeah, Resolute.
Yeah.
Wow. It's already that time of night, folks.
We've hit
But
wacky
yeah.
hours in round 2.
Yeah, basically a free almost Resolute all the time for every damage source. So something that We Are Awesome is gonna have to either destroy or just overpower in order to actually get a kill here. But one thing Genbu is good at doing is dealing massive amounts of damage in one hit. So the Iron Halo is maybe not going to be the biggest deal.
Not the biggest deal, but it's going to be hard to remove. I believe it's now sitting at 7 durability counters from just the amount of tokens that Jimmy Lee has for the end phase. It gets 1 durability for every 2 counters. I'm sorry, 1 durability for every 2 tokens, objects you control. And so it scales up very fast.
Yeah, going up to 7 almost immediately is just a really stark reminder of how spread out Jimmy's board is here. But even that isn't enough to get through the iron wall that is the turtle, the Genbu, the Shenju of defense.
And Jim, it's happening. This Shenju's about to go into a frenzy right now.
Okay, all right. So that is a Bestial Frenzy followed up by a Resonating Fugue. And if this goes through, We Are Arsum is going to be coming in for at least 30 damage. I think that's 33 if I'm reading those dice correctly.
I think you are correct here. This is going to be a gigantic cleave on the board.
All right, Jimmy, how do you prevent 23 damage?
You don't. You pick up your cards and go to game 2. Yeah.
That's about what I expected, I think. So wild inclusion by Arsum here, bringing in the Bestial in order to get the cleave here, and exactly what he needed in order to get through the wall that Jimmy Lee had put up.
It really
wild.
was a good setup. Also had the engulf in hand to back up the play as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so all of the interaction that he could have possibly wanted in that situation, and not worrying about Jimmy Lee's board really at all, right? Just standing behind the giant turtle and then being able to swing in for lethal whenever the cards lined up. What a great situation. So what do you think that Jimmy Lee is going to bring in from the board in order to fix this problem? How does Jimmy Lee deal with this dynamic?
There's 2 ways Jimmy deals with this dynamic. 1, stop the combat phase in Song of Frost. So we bring in 2 of those. Second option, don't let your opponent activate those cards because you Regal Inquisition them and rip them out of their hand.
Okay. Well, sounds like we have a bit of a break from the match. I think we're going to be... Okay, so it sounds like, unfortunately, Arsum, on the strength of that first win in the match, has to leave. So, not able to continue the match, which means he is conceding to Jimmy Lee. So we've got a 2-1 in Jimmy Lee's favor. Man, I was really looking forward to seeing what the rest of that match looked like. That was really exciting.
Yeah, it was a really good match. Something not very common. 2 unique decks, things we don't see often. But the one match we had was brilliant. It was great. We Are Awesome showed a really, really strong variant of Genbu that I honestly have never seen. Sort of this deluge late game Genbu that has that early game allies package, and also just Jimmy Lee showing Water to Norris has a lot of spice to it with the new reciprocity.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, out of every player of this game, I think Jimmy Lee is the one that I would want to show off reciprocity in that way.
Mhm.
So this is really a great showcase of like, okay, this is one of the directions that you can take Tony now that he has this tool in his arsenal, right? And I really appreciate that extra source of automatons for Tony's board. Like part of Tony's late game potential is sort of building up that clockwork army, and that looks like even more of a real threat at this point, especially on the back of Iron Halo for, keeping all of your allies alive with those mini resolute stands. So yeah, very, very cool potential out of that deck. And I'm honestly, I'm hoping we see more of it. I hope he wins the next one so we can look at him in the 3-0 match.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see this deck try and fight for that 4-0 potential would be really cool. And honestly, it's like give credit to where awesome. The inclusion of Bestial Frenzies, like without that, I don't think there's a way to have beat Jimmy. It's just that specific card tech, that decision, the whole it's called the Araquanid Genbu deck for a reason, I guess. And it is the like why he took that game one. So, unfortunately, you couldn't see game two and maybe even a game three. But I just feel like it all would come down to that one bestial frenzy every game.
Yeah, a really different direction from the usual Genbus, I think Genbu is heavily reliant on the multiple avenues of victory, right? You have the Genbu with the Fugue, which is just one massive combat hit. And then you also frequently have Stratagem of Myriad Ice, which is a sort of scarily powerful spell damage attack. And then you have the Fractal of Polar Depths as a way to potentially mill out your opponent. So all of these different things in typical Genbu decks act as various prongs of your assault, right? Multiple different lines of threat that you can take, and your opponent has to be able to defend against all of them. And
Mhm.
with this deck, the approach is a little bit different, less of an emphasis on the Fractals of Polar Depth. Stratagem of Myriad Ice has been replaced by Liquidation as a spell damage threat. But in terms of the viability of that spell damage threat, even if you have no float in the yard, an artist on the board can turn a single liquidation into 14 damage, which is really, really massive considering how aggressive this deck otherwise is. You don't usually see this ally focus in Genbu decks either. So that is yet another, tine on the fork, yet another prong for the assault. So many different ways that this Genbu has to deal damage, to put that pressure on, and then close the game out, assuming that the cards line up. And there's so many different ways that they can line up that it's really difficult to defend against. So I think this deck has a lot of potential in this form as opposed to the usual form. And I'd be really excited to see this thing kind of streamline itself and get narrowed down into sort of the best form that it can be, the perfect Genbu. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to see that as well. I also just like thinking about it when you're mentioning the stratagem, mentioning the deluge, and just like the possibilities. This variant gets around the very popular card everyone is running, which is Censor of Restful Peace. Stratagem dies to that card. You need to find a Fracturize to get rid of it, and then you could stratagem, and that's already 8 cards that you have to put down in memory for that turn. But if your opponent brings out Censor, that doesn't stop water element. So you still have that deluge activation. And we mentioned it prior is not a lot of null lanterns are being run. So someone brings out sensors thinking like, oh, I'm going to stop the Gembu, have protection. And then you just go wham, bam, bing, bong. Here is 14 to the face. And your materialization did nothing.
Yeah, the other really interesting thing about this Genbu deck is going to level 3 in order to enable these exalted cards, right? You don't frequently see Guoja level 3 in Genbu. So this actually gives it that extra line of defense by being able to go to level 3 and recover, especially because level 3 is free after you flip Genbu into the turtle form. So it's a lot of kind of extra power that is, I think, a little bit backloaded if you look at it, because you lose a little bit of the high roll potential from Lucky Mills into an early stratagem. But it does give you a little bit more inevitability in the late game. It does give you a little bit better defense against other aggressive decks. So I think it's a really neat direction for the deck to go.
Yeah. And do you think, and maybe this is wishful thinking, do you think there's a potential that the other Guojia decks can also sort of get these variations to them, or is this more like Genbu specific?
It's really hard to say because Suzaku sort of has a very specific way that it needs to be built, and the power of fire kind of lends itself to a more aggressive deck. So the idea of building a late game Suzaku deck is, I think, I'll just say a puzzle that has yet to be solved. But Seryu, you can kind of go any direction with that deck, right? We've already seen people building Turbo Seryu, the deck designed to combo off with multiple Harness Lightnings and commands on turn 3. We've seen sort of a more ally-focused Seryu. We've seen the Influence Bully Dragon out of TM32. So there's really a lot of different ways to go with Seryu. And I think this kind of approach could definitely lend itself to some of those builds, if that was the direction that you wanted to go.
Yeah, and then a small honorable mention for Byakko. You know, just got to put him in there. He's not played, but he's still with us.
Byakko will always be there in our hearts, but never on our fields.
Yeah, except for one player, Edward. Edward is like
Yeah.
the only Byakko player you can actually like see doing well. I know they have placed really well in tournaments. The baby green nerf, or not nerf, he didn't get nerfed. He got locked away. The baby green ban really did hurt the deck, though.
Yeah, Byakko Merlin, I think, is such an interesting concept too, right? It's such an interesting way to play with the extra suppress there. But yeah, probably not going to see too many more of those without Baby Green around.
Yeah, unfortunate. Is there, you know, NEETfull asked me about it, and I'm gonna pass it to you so you can talk about it.
Hit me.
Is there a card coming out that's been spoiled, or like anything you're excited for in the new set?
I don't want to say the fractals, but I think it's the fractals. I think I am that kind of degenerate.
Oh no.
No, actually, the weird Veltec stuff that we've seen coming out is all really interesting. I love the idea of being able to Voltron up this giant ally threat using a variety of kitchen tools and vehicles. Like, that sounds like a lot of fun. First off, on a flavor perspective, but also sounds like a really interesting way to put a deck together if the kind of allies that support that exist, right? And maybe they already do, right? Maybe this is what Cat Slop looks like in the near future. Maybe we have cats on motorcycles throwing, you know, butcher's cleavers at their opponent. But I've always loved the idea of layering all of these different like ally link effects in order to build your own monster and beat your opponent with that. So that sounds very cool.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. And you sort of said my biggest fear is like, I'm just picturing like a cat or like a shimmer cloak, just a stealth unit with just a bunch of things on it, and you go, well, I don't have any spell damage, so I'm just going to die to this ally that I can't interact with.
Yeah, stealth and spell shroud together on the same unit is definitely one of the scariest combinations, and I hesitate to imagine that Weebs is going to print any sort of more resilient ally, like, you know, some sort of similar combination with effects, but also maybe a damage prevention effect. Like, that's kind of what you need in order to be able to layer on all of these different effects. Because if you put down like 3 ally link objects, and then somebody's like, okay, well, smoke out your cat. Like, what do you do? That's it. It's over. You've got nothing left going on, you know? It still dies to ensnaring fumes. There's still a whole host of other things that your opponents can do in order to interact with these effects. So it's really kind of all in on one big dude, and that is something that Grand Archive has, especially at this point in the metagame, been able to deal with, been able to be resilient to. So I don't think it's the scariest yet, but a lot of that is going to depend on how aggressive and how resilient that's able to be built with all of the new cards that we haven't seen yet from Asphodel Paradise.
And we have seen the shield link keyword to where if the unit would die, you remove this tech instead. So, you know, there's a possibility you just slam 3 of those bad boys on a cat, and the cat has 9 lives all of a sudden.
Perfect. Yes, this is exactly the future I want to see.
Oh boy, but tons of spoilers to come. We're still in the early seasons. Like, we're talking about it now. We've barely got a glimpse of the set. So much more to look forward to. So many things to see and explore. I'm excited. I know that Serene Balance Production has a spoiler as well. If you guys look at the release chart release graphic. You'll see it is out next week. So, I think that's one of those don't want to miss the weekly stream.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to be tuning in for that one. So I'm excited to see what comes up.
It is gonna be really cool, and a profile picture roll's been going around as well. Jim, have you been able to sneak in on one of those?
Unfortunately, I haven't been one of the lucky 300 yet on any of those particular reveals, but I am keeping my eye on it. And it's definitely the kind of thing that makes me want to be there like right on time for any of those reveals. So definitely going to be looking forward to some of the other spoilers and see if I can get my grubby little mitts on an extra Omni icon.
Oh, 100%. The problem is a lot of these spoilers come out when I'm at work and I can't be like waiting for the video and stuff. So, hopefully one of these spoilers people they do it at more of a worker man's hour, which would be appreciated. I bet a bunch of people in the community also would like that. But we're going to get ready to go on to break here. We finished our game round 2. Just as a reminder, it is 2-1 Jimmy's favor just due to We're Awesome having to leave. But we still have 2 more rounds after this. We're going to go on a short break, go over to round 3, and we will all catch you then.
See you then. Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly, brought to you by Serene Balance Production. We are heading into round 3 soon, so I hope you're excited to be here. I am JimTheEternal. With me, of course, the man destined to succeed me, the Vader to my Palpatine, NEETfull. How
How's
you
it
doing,
going?
NEETfull? How was your break?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It was a good break. I did nothing but play my gotcha game still, so didn't change much.
Excellent. The perfect use of an hour and change.
Oh,
We
for sure.
had an absolute banger of a round 2, cut unfortunately short by real life requirements. But we saw some very cool Genbu tech, and Jimmy Lee's bringing Tony, of course, because of course. So I was really thrilled to see that round. What do you think we're going to be seeing in the rest of this tournament, Eful? What would you like to see, I guess, is the real question.
Oh, what would I like to see? Oh man, that's tough. I still want to see some fire aggro. Maybe not necessarily Suzaku, but maybe some other takes on fire aggro. I know there's some fire Merlin aggro has been kind of floating around again, kind of doing some damage. Of course, I've seen fire Lorraine kind of here and there starting to kind of creep its way back in. A lot of people disrespecting the ability to Rending Flames. A lot of people seem to be wanting to take out Nullifying Lantern from their decks. So I would love to see Fire Aggro kind of just come back in and do some punishment for people not respecting the graveyards as much as they should be. Or to be fair, there is a lot of kind of changes with how you play Siryu now. Siryu just used to be kind of the very big influence dragon, draw as many cards as possible, go for the kill. And we've kind of diverged that into the make the dragon as fast as possible, flip it up, and then up to kill your opponent, which I've also enjoyed because it's a much faster Siryu game than I've seen in the past, and I like it when they're just like, "Yeah, I might win. We'll find out."
Yeah, Siryu kind of coming full circle, right? I think early iterations of the Siryu deck were also focused on this kind of one-hit KO concept, dragon as fast as possible, and then we saw the shift to the influence bully, drawing as many cards as you can and just doing win things until your opponent gives up out of despair. So I'm happy to see, more iterations on Siryu. Siryu being a more aggressive deck sounds like it's more true to the spirit of the dragon, in my personal
Yeah,
opinion.
we're essentially back to the original Siryu. Once we got our hands on it, that was kind of what everybody was like, "Wow, I can play like 8 to 12 dungeon guide effects. Like, let's just do that. Let's just let's just beseech the winds everything." And then it was kind of like
Absolutely.
they're like, maybe I'm being too greedy. Maybe I need to draw some cards. And then you saw T-Lux being like, maybe the dragons just support. Maybe I need to play a little bit more of an ally wind protection package. And then we finally got to the point where it's like, oh, I don't have to worry about these wind decks flipping my flipping my dragon out of existence anymore. Let's go back to turbo.
Yeah, I mean, if all of the other win decks are out of the field, then this seems like a great way to deal with things.
Yeah, especially with Lorraine, kind of still very, very strong deck with Crux Lorraine, but definitely not as backbreaking now that we don't have the ability to just like stomp over most spell based or non-combat based decks. So that deck did lose some pull into certain matchups, but at the same time, it's kind of a way of once that starts losing traction, then we have all the other decks being like, you know what, I can be a little bit more greedy now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I feel like Baby Green getting the axe kind of made a lot of decks go, oh, well, if I can't play Baby Green, this deck isn't worth playing. And I don't think that's true for a lot of the decks that were running Baby Green. Like, I think obviously, Seryu's still a very powerful deck. Seryu's still a deck that a lot of people are considering as a top deck in the meta, even though very few people are making the decision to play it anymore. So
Yeah,
that's a really interesting way in which kind of the meta has taken its turn. I don't know. I'm not sure whether or not we're going to be seeing more Seryu, or if Seryu is just going to be sort of this made up boogeyman that's going to exist only in people's minds.
I think it's a deck as long as the dragon essentially, because of the big part of that is not only does the dragon become a body that's very hard to deal with, but being able to utilize its front side and be able to cycle cards you don't need in those matchups to potentially draw new things. So every turn you're essentially seeing 2 new cards every single turn. So it lets you be, if we see the list, be a little bit more greedy. You can play more 2-0s rather than 3-0s. You can play more 3-0s rather than 4-0s. So you do get to be a little bit more greedy on the situational pieces you play, and your deck just has to have essentially the key components of fast materialization, and that's really kind of the only thing. Which is, again, the deck is very strong for a reason. It's very, very good at doing exactly what it needs to do to get to the dragon, and it also can fill in those gaps with playing a lot of control. It's kind of like the best comparison I give is back to when we had early Fire Merlin, where you could essentially had your core pieces, which was draw, discard, and then you had control, and there wasn't much you had to change from it. So the deck was always good, and it's still in some regard still strong, just maybe a turn slower than most of the level 3 decks we see now in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are getting a glimpse into the decks that we are likely to see for next round. And it looks like we have a Water Alice up against a Oblation CL. Yeah, looks like Baleful Oblation. So what do you think about these decks? What do you think about this matchup, NEETfull?
Well, I definitely for one, when I think like Water Alice, I'm thinking potentially like Mill Alice is what we'd see, which it looks like this one is less of the Mill package and more of a Spectre kind of beatdown kind of kind of thing. Going back to what we saw was like the big we call it the big body Alice, where we just play things like Argus. We play a lot of these bigger attack allies and essentially just pressure damage. So for that regard, I think it is a little bit better into something like Oblation, where we can potentially pressure the board much sooner. But we have to talk about Oblation. Oblation, I think right now, if we had to call the boogeyman of the format, it is probably this deck. There is not a lot of ways to answer what they're trying to do besides either one, race them down very, very quickly, or you need to play a lot of things like negates, or you need to kind of tax what they're doing, tax their low, go to 3. And if there's any deck right now, which I say is probably the greediest in the game, it's probably this deck.
Yeah, I fully believe that. Honestly, if this Alice deck had been more of the mill-focused deck, more mill-focused Alice that we've kind of seen at the most recent SEA Nats, then I think that might actually be a better matchup into this Oblation list. As it stands, you know, if you're trying to flood the board with allies, if you're trying to put a little bit of pressure on there, especially if you're doing it in kind of a late game, more mid-rangey way, right? Bigger individual allies to deal a lot of damage. That is the stuff that Oblation kind of excels at dealing with. Whereas a late game recovery deck that has a way around, you know, even the larger amounts of damage that Oblation can deal, that almost is a guaranteed win as long as you take your time appropriately. So
Yeah.
this might be a really, really interesting matchup in terms of the byplay between Oblation trying to keep the board clear and this Water Alice deck dropping like, what, 4/4s for 5, or Argus All-Seeing Giant, the 4/10? These are some huge allies.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it is a list that it is something I messed around with very early on. It is a very fun deck to play. If you want a different take on allies, where the best way to describe it is if we refer back to almost old Magic terms, it's almost a Timmy style deck where you kind of put your whole hand down, here's a big ally, pass to your opponent, and you essentially just do that every turn. And it gets very difficult to deal with when everything they play is a threat that requires 1 to 2 allies to deal with. Now, Oblation, of course, has as we mentioned, a very good way to just clear that board and not really worry about it. But we'll see, because if we don't deal with it early, and if our opponent kind of just gets that pressure on before we can get Oblation set up, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, the one thing that is for sure is that both of these decks are very late game oriented. So there's going to be not a whole lot of action early on. And as I say that, we immediately see, I believe this is a Misty Whispertail coming in for 1 damage. Oh no, Drifting Abyss Shell, my mistake. What? No, wait. Is that what that is?
This is the floating yeah, Evercurrent Raider.
Oh,
Nobody
all the
knows what
water
it is.
look the same. I don't know, man. We're coming in for 1 damage. The floating memory. Of course, this is the one that makes the most sense, right? It's the floating memory specter, the one that is the most common in this deck.
Yeah, and it's as well as we have I'm not sure if we're running Primordial Ritual, but we are great target to be able to just be able to put this in the graveyard pretty quick. Or again, we're playing into Oblation. We may not necessarily know that, but being able to apply the pressure early, just keep that damage going, even 1 damage a turn is enough to kind of force CL to kind of force their level 3 and maybe not keep as big of an influence as they want. Because you'll learn a lot of this deck, if they can take the turn off to backup charger, they will do it. So if you don't give them that opportunity, they're playing a little bit more of a top deck game.
Well, the secret is definitely out of the bag. CL has omened a golden checkmate from hand, which is a sure sign that you're up against a Oblation style deck. The Alice player, of course, bringing out her own dueling mastery, the Phantasmagoria. So we are well into the mid game of this particular game. Not a lot of aggression going to be seen on either side, Evercurrent Raiders notwithstanding. Mostly a lot of building up and trying to accumulate the appropriate resources for the late game that they are building up towards.
Yep, and now we have the drifting Abyssal Cell out. So now turning that 1 damage a turn into 3 damage a turn. So making that clock a little bit faster.
It still needs to deal with the giant Guardian health pool. CL and Tony both have that in common, but that's going to be a bit of a struggle to get through, especially with these tiny allies. But tiny allies is definitely not where this is headed at the end of the day.
Yep, and we're seeing the backup charger here. Generally, if you see a CL do a backup charger like this, that means they likely already have the dungeon guide in hand, and they're a little bit safer on taking that turn off.
Yeah. This is a sign that either they have what they need or they don't have what they need.
It's one of the two. It's
Uh,
Schrodinger's CL, if you will.
Absolutely. I think this is a sign that Sanctum is not feeling pressured in this position, right? No need to immediately go to 2 in order to stave off the extra damage. Instead, can take the time to build up resources and go to 2 at a more leisurely rate, build up a few more omens, and not omening anything extra here. So just sitting on the golden checkmate, which I feel like that is even more of a sign that Sanctum has all the tools he needs and isn't looking to dig too deeply, and instead is getting ready to fire off that oblation the moment he goes to 3.
Oh, for sure. And especially here, when we have an Alice already doing damage to themselves, we feel a little bit better about having to potentially only have to present maybe 1 oblation. But to be safe, especially in a matchup like this, where abnegation could just follow at any moment, we're probably going to want to see the setup for double ablation to just end the game right then and there.
Did you catch what the Reflected Blight hit?
I did not. Did you catch?
Looks like it was a Rictus Tiding. That is what I am hearing from production. So that is a pretty useful draw spell to have access to here. And Reflected Blight, not necessarily the curse that Atka wants to put in their lineage first. They were preferably looking for like a Maledictum Vitae or something like that. But in this situation, it is a fine way to get started, paving the way for the Lost Providence to come out of the material deck and really kind of begin the primary game that Atka is here to play. Haunt counters are up to 3, so seeing 3 more cards milled, and that graveyard, especially with Reflected Blights in the deck, is really just almost an additional hand. It's a way to get more cards that you can play without spending too much of your own influence. Sanctum, on the other hand, playing Flamsel here and getting a few more cards, putting something into his graveyard, another golden checkmate, so that's an easy additional omen, and setting himself up for going. This is turn 2, yeah. So he's already level 2 and setting himself up to have a lot of influence when he hits level 3.
Yeah, and this is the point of if we see the dungeon guide come down here, this game gets a lot harder to have to grind out. But if we don't, if we have that extra turn, that might be just the chance we won. Because one of the worst things you can do with CL is them get level 3, pass a turn, and you not pressure enough on that turn. And they're very likely to just not play anything, keep the influence, and if they have oblation, you know it's probably coming down. The first one's coming down right away.
Well, not a dungeon guide with that initial play. Instead, this is so mean. Varuk and Acolyte coming down and destroying the Lost Providence. Denying Atka the draw off of their Divine Relic. Truly an evil mastermind is our Sanctum here.
Luckily, feels a little bit like you don't get to play it right away, so the ring is so it's not as bad as like losing a ring. But you didn't lose a materialization, so it's not the worst thing, and not the worst thing to get targeted. But in a deck like this, I don't know if there's anything else that this Acolyte would be targeting in the deck.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we are seeing a materialize from Atka, and it's Oniric Key. So building up these extra haunt counters here, and then, of course, spending the 4 to draw a card into memory prior to recollecting, and taking their draw phase. So a little bit more influence, which is kind of what they're looking for here, a way to build up their resources prior to bringing out one of these big attackers. And here is the big attacker in question, Nimble Court Assassin, gaining agility 3 on the turn played. So almost costing 2 instead of 5. And a 4/4 with vigor and ambush, just in case Sanctum decides to make any kind of ill thought out attack here.
Yeah, and this is a very fun one for me with having the ambush, because it is something that a lot of people forget in terms of the ambush being there, and they'll kind of just go for a target with something that they don't want to lose, and you just go, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and also join in on the beatdown for this, and you're like, uh-oh.
Yep. Yeah, ambush is such a scary keyword. It really changes the math on combat a lot. We are seeing one of Atka's mills here. I believe there is a Vitae in the graveyard. So that is a source of extra healing. Am I misreading it? Oh, it's an abnegation. Never mind, my mistake. But there's a lot of Umbra in the graveyard. And almost assuredly a lot of Umbra in hand at this point too. So while Sanctum may be looking at this 8 damage marked on Atka and be like, okay, the way is clear, 1 oblation will kill, but Water Alice is known for all of the healing that they have access to. There's the Lineage release, there's Abnegation, there's Maledictum Vitae. Some of these decks are even playing Pearled Prayer, although this one isn't. Not that Sanctum will know that in advance. So I'm wondering what Sanctum's next move is here. I see the dungeon guide coming down, so going to level 3, absolutely the next step. Oh no! This
Responding
is a
with
huge engulf.
the engulf. This is as listen, we said it a moment ago that one of the biggest things you can do to this deck is stop them, or in this case, them not have the level 3 a turn early. On top of this, not only have we not done this a turn early, we have foregone just hard leveling to 3 for the dungeon guide. So we've essentially skipped 3 turns now, where we should normally be level 3 in this type of list. And now we're just saying, hey, you're stuck at level 2, where and at already 14, there's potential we could just close out this game if we don't have any interaction.
That's true. Honestly, Atka's showing a much more aggressive side of Water Alice than we've seen in the past. Sanctum being stuck at 25 health instead of 30, not having access to those extra tools, the extra options that are available out of Umbra. Not that this particular build is including stuff like Abnegation or anything, but it definitely puts him behind in terms of being able to clear the board, which is kind of what he was angling for, right? Going to level 3, playing that ablation, being able to clear the board. And Atka just put a hard stop to that. What a powerful engulf.
Yep, and we are opting to attack first. Kind of a big thing here. Just kind of see if we can bait out any interaction before we decide kind of what we're going to do with the rest of our turn. Very smart way to do this.
Yeah, and looks like there was just enough damage to get the Chalice of Blood going. Except I see that Sanctum is now at 19, which makes me wonder if I missed something.
So he accidentally he misheard that he was attacking for 2 and he was attacking for 1. So he actually purposely left him at 19 to play the Argus, leaving the option of if Chalice of Blood wants to be popped, we have to wait until essentially we have resolved the Argus.
Okay. And now Argus is doing the thing. So Argus being cheapened by the 2 Argus material decks being banished, and now coming in as a 4/10, which, if Sanctum has nothing to do about it, that's lethal. And it looks like that's exactly the situation.
That is lethal. That's one thing is we've all been there. When you have that decision of, do I be really greedy and do I have the dungeon guide. I know I can level. Do I just be greedy and get some extra cards, put some extra value? But now that we have a hard negate like Engulf, where we can essentially just say, yeah, I'm not gonna let it resolve. Those type of plays, that kind of greed can turn around and bite you pretty bad, as we saw here. And not necessarily, not saying that was necessarily the mistake play or anything like that. It was just kind of the idea now that you have to kind of think about these routes of, yes, there's the potential that these greedy plays may not work out anymore as much as we had in the past just because we have a high influence.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it didn't work out for Sanctum. Atka had exactly the interaction they needed as well as the aggression that they needed in order to close the game before Sanctum hit level 3. And now we are moving on to game 2. Am I correct in seeing here that Sanctum does not have a sideboard?
That is correct. Sideboard is for the weak. You don't need them.
All right, yeah. You know what? If you have the perfect 60, then I salute that, you know? If you're never gonna change anything anyway, then might as well not even bother. Atka does not have that confidence and has included a sideboard. Do you think we're gonna see any extra cards come in for Atka here?
Fracta here, very likely we could potentially see the Safeguard Amulet come in. This is just kind of a way of, we have some Regalia in the list, the main board, that are not necessarily as effective into this matchup. So being able to have that, just to be able to cushion some of that double, would be double 15 down to a 22, means we could survive off a lineage release. So I would very likely see that come into the list. Uh, Outside of that, maybe the extra abnegation as well. Just get some extra healing out of there. And then potentially maybe the overlapping, but I think right now just kind of keeping that spell damage and also not pulling away from any of that aggression that we already have is going to be the key here. And I think right now with the main board, we are very aggressive, so no reason to really change anything out too much.
Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in because it's that aggression and that interaction that got Atka the win this game. But at the same time, sort of the common consensus is that you do need that extra spell damage defense in order to survive through the ablations, through that giant damage that CL has. So bringing in an abnegation will definitely serve that purpose, but bringing in a defensive card might dilute the aggression that Akka had in game one. So it's a choice, right? There's an interesting dichotomy here.
Yeah, and it's one thing, especially when you look at that kind of situation, especially when you're an ally focused list like this one, where sometimes saving yourself from the ablation could mean you have the extra turn. But if you don't have a board, you don't have any allies that close out the game, then it doesn't really matter if you lived or not. Now you're maybe at 3 away from lethal and a CL that can just, unfortunately, just kind of poke you and push you over and just be like, oh, I win anyways.
Yeah, yeah, right. And this is definitely something that CL excels at. So, uh, well, we are moving directly into the game, and both of our players here deciding that turn one is for suckers. We want to get straight into the materializes. Sanctum passes their turn one. Atka passes their turn one. And now here we are going into Sanctum's turn two, ready to see the first materialize of the game, backed up by this creative shock in order to bring some float out and pave the way for an immediate CL level 1.
I would not be surprised if we're going to in turn potentially respond with a Rictus sighting of our side here, when it would be my most likely guess with a list like this. But or sometimes I have played this list before. Sometimes you see the wrong half of the deck, but nope, it is a Rictus sighting. We are not in. Unfortunately, we're not in the pain of all Umbra hand or all Exalted hand.
Yep. So getting some cards down, making some decisions here about
Almost with Rictus sighting back on the bottom.
jeez. I mean, it's all going to go there eventually. We know how Alice level 1 works, but that's a really dangerous mistake to make. And yes, of course, putting these cards into memory in order to be able to materialize Alice level 1 here, and once again, bring out that Phantasmagoria and start the Haunt Chain. Do you think we're likely to see kind of the aggressive plays that we saw last game? Akka didn't really have a play on their turn one, which would have been a good time to get some attacks in. So looking for an ally if they don't already have one, surely. Otherwise, what do you think their plan is?
I think their plan is still the same. I think unfortunately we just did not open with the same starter for the floating one that we would. Main reason we would open with something like that is into maybe an ally matchup, an aggro matchup where our opponent wants to trade. If they're willing to trade into a floating memory, it's something that we're willing to run out as our first ally. Now that we know we are playing against Oblation, putting out a 1 damage a turn maybe not as valuable to us rather than just having something that goes neutral like we saw with this last turn, which I'm thinking the op was just for the neutral play. Now start the aggression.
Makes a lot of sense. And this Drifting Abyss Shell, not really something you can play on turn one because you really want to get that Alice bonus, the extra haunt counter on your Phantasmagoria. But now the aggression has started. We've got a 2-1 on the board coming in for 2 damage a turn until Sanctum plays something that can deal with it or gets up to level 3 and can either Omen or Ablation it away. In the meantime, Sanctum not turboing here. So again, bringing out the backup charger, getting that extra influence, and setting up to have a few more options available before going to level 2.
And we are
And
opting completely the opposite. We are getting our advanced element online as quickly as possible. One thing you'll learn about this deck is it wants to get to level 2 as quickly as we can, because unlike most lists where Exalted doesn't become online until we are level 3, we get it cheated an extra turn early, and we have to take some damage for it. We're okay with that.
yeah, in this case, getting a Evercurrent Raiders into the graveyard from the Phantasmagoria, which is a really, really solid hit. Like, that is a very good mill from the Phantasmagoria. So a great position for Akka to be in. And then Maledict and Vitae coming out from hand, unfortunately, not from the graveyard. Can't have it all. But a great start. Like, this is exactly the kind of place that Alice wants to be in.
Yeah, and the worst case scenario, I mean, you're not taking the full 7. You're only taking 3 because of the trade off. So, even from hand, this is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Maledict and Vitae, the perfect curse for the Alice lineage. And now we are level 2. All of the advanced elements are online. All of the exalted cards, the Nimble Court Assassin, the Argus, All-Seeing Giant potentially available. And we'll see what the next big play is. In the meantime, Drifting Abyss Shell coming in for 2 damage, paving the way potentially for a bigger ally. I think I did see an Argus in hand. I don't know if Atka's going to go for it. I'm actually kind of curious whether Atka is willing to put Argus on the field as just an attacker as opposed to close out the game. I'm not sure if they're going to be concerned about keeping it back a little bit.
Nah, we're saying Tri-Castles instead.
Oh, that's wild. And Sanctum on level 1 still, so very far away from an advanced element.
Forcing all of the fire to be played here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sanctum starting with a Flamme Sorcelle in response in order to get a few cards moving back and forth, setting himself up to go to level 2 on his turn. But in potentially a very dangerous position, needing to banish a card from hand in order to be able to play any norm or non-advanced element card.
Which big piece here is some people may be wondering, well, wasn't a lot of our end game like Oblation? A lot of these pieces, aren't these tied behind playing something like something like having to play like it's all Umbra? Do we really care? Well, one of the big things is a lot of the pieces for us to filter to draw into the Oblation requires us to play fire. And as well, if we want to wrap up the game with Fu Awakening, it means we do have to pitch another card, which, yeah, we're going to lose the hand anyways, but that also means we're essentially one more influence required to have to be able to do the full combo. And whenever we're trying to do a double ablation into a Fu Awakening, that means potentially an extra turn we have to look at.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a really great card for this Alice deck because almost all of the water cards that Alice would want to play are reactive. So something that you might want to play in response to Sanctum having already turned off the Tri-Castles. Anything that, yeah, just about anything that our Alice player here is going to be doing that's proactive is going to be an advanced element or an Umbra card. So just a really, really great position to be in behind this Tri-Castles. Wow, wild.
And we are having to level to 2 using everything in memory. Means that influence is definitely starting to get a little bit smaller.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous position for Sanctum. Sanctum really relies on having enough influence handy in order to be able to play the Ablation kind of on time. You know, being able to Dungeon Guide up and play some sort of powerful Umbra card at that point is really key to the game plan. So for Sanctum to have to burn influence in order to be able to play a Dungeon Guide here is really, really dangerous. And I think it really opens the door here to like, okay, is it worth it to you? Maybe you don't bother. Maybe you find something else to do. Although at this point, finding anything to do requires banishing a card in order to allow you to play it. Oh, this is so rough for Sanctum. Well, a Topsy Decree getting banished, Sanctum deciding, yes, it is important for me to be able to play cards here. And we'll find out if Atka's just sitting on the Engulf. Not quite enough cards in hand for Akka, unfortunately. So Akka isn't necessarily going to be able to respond immediately the way that they would like to. But, you know, the thought of Sanctum turning off the Tri-Castles by banishing a card in order to play something, immediately allowing Atka to play the Engulf because the Tri-Castles has already been turned off, is just a nightmare scenario.
Which, because of how the math works on this, essentially this dungeon guide pretty much kind of just worked like unfortunately beseech the wins. Because we do have
Yep.
we lose 2 and we lose 1 to do the activation. So essentially that was a banish 3 to get to level 3.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sanctum just needed to do this. There was kind of no choice here. The only way to get enough cards into memory to be able to get up to level 3 was to be able to play something, and that required burning through the Tri-Castles in order to do it. So Sanctum kind of committed to this plan, bringing out their own Lost Providence, which is going to be helpful. But now their Umbra engine is enabled. So Baleful Ablation, Extorting Blackjack, and Pouvoir Absolu coming in as just really, really massive hits if any of them land.
And also having an additional having the golden checkmate, so we can utilize the CL activation. Unfortunately, one thing you learn with Oblation is there's certain times where you just don't have the card to be able to use it. So you kind of lose out on some of that activation of CL being able to banish a card due to, because you don't want to put anything that would essentially reduce the damage you're going to do with Oblation.
Yeah, a really good point. Being able to omen up is a luxury that Baleful Ablation decks sometimes don't get.
Yeah, and you do have Orb of Sealing to kind of offset that, but that also means you are losing a materialization to do this. And here we are, once again, did work last round. So we're not going to change anything in that regard. And we're playing that Nimble Court Assassin, get that Agility 3. Turns out the perfect amount to be able to pay for the Engulf if we need to.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that's so threatening. Just the 2-cost 4/4 effectively. And Atka getting that 4/4 down, starting to deal some damage, starting to actually chew through the 30 health pool that Sanctum is presenting as a level 3 Guardian. And still milling more cards. So the Haunt, the Phantasmagoria, giving Atka a few more options here and there. And we'll see if anything comes up that they're inclined to play with. But in the meantime, sitting back on 4 cards in hand, 2 cards in memory, which, as you say, is just the right amount to interact with anything that Sanctum wants to play.
And normally here, it looks like we are still going to go for the Amore. I was about to say, into water, it's kind of a little bit of a scary thing to do. One thing we generally will see with playing the Amore is kind of a setup so that if we need to do the double ablation, we realistically only need to have 1 in our hand to be able to present that loop if we need to, or at least have a 15 cost and that to be able to present it. And it looks like that's what we're going for. We are going to go ahead and present the first oblation here.
Yep. Threatening 15 damage against the 5 damage currently marked for Akka. So that's going to send the champion up to 20 total damage marked, as well as clearing the board of that Nimble Assassin. So this is the kind of swing that Sanctum was looking for last game and was put off of level 3 for just long enough, allowing Akka to close out the game. And that is not how this game is playing out. Despite having to fight through Tri-Castles, Sanctum now level 3, firing off that Oblation for a massive 15 damage, clearing the board of any threats, and dealing a frankly scary amount of damage directly to Akka.
Yeah, and here we are present the oblation. On top of that, we are going to what would be presenting lethal to our opponent if we do not have an interaction any way to respond. Luckily, we do have, if we need it, the lineage release, but we are opting instead to just go ahead and use that malice.
Yep, and in response to the malice, firing off the Menksum Armoire, which presenting another lethal 2 damage off of the Omen trigger for CL's level 3. So Atka now has to lineage release in order to recover, again, in response. More responses to responses. And here comes another oblation.
Same one. We unfortunately the same one returned to hand. I think we unfortunately, or is a different one. I think we may have presented it in a way that we resolved it first, and then while the damage is on the stack, which potentially what we probably should have done is in response maybe release, but hey, that's that's one thing about Grand Archive. The sequencing is incredibly important there.
Yeah, the just very specific timing, letting CL get the Baleful Ablation back in their omens prior to starting this response chain definitely opened the door for some more dangerous situations.
But even then, I think because unfortunately, we were under our own Tri-Castle, it did come in for, I think it kind of bit us a little bit, because even if we had the Engulf in hand, we would have to lose a card, and I think that's where we kind of got stuck maybe, we just didn't have an option to be able to respond to the Oblation anymore.
Yeah, that's true. With only 4 cards available, that's not quite enough to be able to banish a card to allow the Engulf to go through. So very tight on resources, just enough for Sanctum to make it through with a second Oblation hit, moving our way into game 3.
Yeah, and I think this is where you actually want to be as Alice. I think you want to have this opening. You want to have turn 1, just because you want to be able to get to level 2 a turn earlier than your opponent. And so that way, Engulf is online to be able to stop the Dungeon Guide, as we're hoping to do. We have the ability to start putting a lot of our big attackers in a little bit earlier. So very likely going first is going to probably make a huge difference here for Atka. But again, we'll see. Sometimes CL, they just have it.
It is kind of a truism in Grand Archive that materialization order matters a whole lot. And getting the first materialization is a big piece of value for almost any deck in the field. So being able to go first, I think, is a big advantage to whoever gets that ability. And getting for Akka being able to go first, being able to level up to Alice first and kind of start playing those bigger cards a turn earlier than Sanctum, I think is, like you said, potentially a big advantage.
Yep, and looks like we did see a pass from Atka. Likely, I'm assuming we probably have a Rictus Tidings, very likely in hand to start.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then Sanctum taking this first turn in order to cremate. I believe that is a Angel Attendant.
Yep.
So the advanced imbue library witch that we all will soon know and love.
It is one of the, probably for Fire, is probably one of the best openings you could potentially have. It is a incredibly very greedy opening. That being said, you pretty much have to put your entire hand down to resolve it. But it does let you go +1 on a card, which we've talked about it many times before. Going +1 is incredibly powerful in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Against a water deck, I think you're right. It is a real dangerous move. You are opening the door for an Engulf that is likely to cause you a massive amount of pain. Atka deciding, well, Atka either not having the Engulf or deciding that their own economy is more important than Sanctum's and going for a backup charger here into the Fracturize immediately in order to have some floating memory available for their eventual level 1.
Cool. We said sometimes the decks just have them. This is where we kind of seeing everything they want to see. Being able to go +1 on their first turn, get that additional value, following up with the Angelic Channeling, so that way they can move what essentially are dead cards to them at this moment in time out of the way to draw into the pieces they need to see. So we are easily, 5 or 6 cards deeper into the deck, getting closer to that Dungeon Guide. And as we saw last game, this comes down to the make or break. If we play the Dungeon Guide from our level 2, level 3, we are going to be in a very, very strong position just to kind of lock out this game.
Yeah, we saw in both game 1 and game 2, Sanctum struggling a little bit in terms of card velocity, right? Going for the backup charger in order to draw some extra cards, not seeing much in terms of creative shocks. Although I think we did see Flamme Sorcelle with some amount of regularity. But now seeing an extra 3 cards off of the Cremate and Angel Attendant, seeing a few more cards off of the Angelic Channeling, it's a lot more likely that Sanctum will be able to just go for it all the way without needing to take the turn off and have that extra card advantage necessary, have that influence already in hand in order to be able to bring to bear those massive Umbra threats that he's looking to use to close the game out.
Yep, and we are following up the Rictus Tidings, so I think we are playing the dig train right now. Unfortunately, I do not think those are the pieces we wanted to see, but it was exactly 8, so we do get to keep both cards.
Was 2 and a 6, right? Was that
Undying Dreams and Engulf?
Undying. Okay, it was an Engulf. I was wondering if it was the Bandersnatch, but Bandersnatch is a 5, so never mind. But Yeah, Undying Dreams pretty good, Engulf very good, and definitely a worrying card for Sanctum to see going into Atka's hand. This is not where Sanctum does not want Atka to have interaction available. But Atka, of course, digging through cards, trying to build up the interaction necessary to keep their board alive as Sanctum moves quite quickly through the ranks here. We have another creative shock coming down, burning through a few more cards, maybe getting some more float into the yard, paving the way for a very easy early level 2.
Yeah, this is the high roll you love to see of Ablation. And again, why this deck is still very, very strong. A lot of lists have kind of pulled away from a lot of the things like not playing Censor a little bit earlier. We're seeing, of course, with a lot of Topsy decrees, no longer seeing very heavy play in main boards. And because of that, this deck gets to really utilize a lot of floating memory. It can use a lot of cycle abilities. So it's one of those things that unfortunately Orbit Ceiling can only do so much. And then when this deck really pops off, you kind of feel like you're playing pretty far behind.
Absolutely. Wow, the velocity here is incredible. The deck is definitely moving at great speed. The creative shock getting a liminal guide into the graveyard. So while needing to burn 2 from hand in order to bring out the level 2, being able to replace one of them with the liminal guide coming into play and drawing an extra card is a fantastic position for Sanctum here. And potentially ready off of this Recollect to Dungeon Guide up to 3 immediately, while Atka is still stuck on level 1, having needed to take that first turn off with the backup charger.
Yeah, this is not a place you want to be at all, unfortunately. And at this point, we're kind of just hoping that in those 6 cards that we draw, we're not seeing the Dungeon Guide come down.
Yeah, Atka's got to be sitting here dreading this turn. Like, is Sanctum going to Dungeon Guide or not? Especially because Atka's interaction is still in memory. The Engulf isn't available. And even if it was available, does Atka have the 6 cards necessary to play it while still on level 1? You know, the Engulf... Oh, Creative Shock! Not immediately going into a Dungeon Guide. Atka breathing a sigh of relief as Sanctum plays something that does not immediately get them to level 3.
Which is absolutely crazy to me because we have dug so many cards so far to try to get there.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We're so many cards deep. There's not, fascinating. For all that this has been a great, start for the Oblation deck, we have a 3 in the Omens instead of a 15. And what we're seeing here is just more card draw instead of the turbo to 3. Like, this is a very, very strange position for CL to be in.
We're swinging with tying it up, though. 1-1.
Yep. Keeping it even. There you go. That's what CL's about.
And a waste of no time, going straight into level 2. And I do not think we saw the Vitae get milled, so unfortunately, I think we're going to have to play another one from hand. Yep. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, Atka taking this reprieve and taking advantage of the extra time that it represents. Going to level 2, wasting no more time at this point. The Maledictum Vitae from hand, of course, not the perfect answer, but good enough. Able to turn on the level 2, able to allow you to play more cards, and moving forward from here with a much larger influence than the previous turn. And, well, not much larger, but more relevant, given that the Engulf has now gone back to hand. Or has it? Did the Engulf get burned in order to go to level 2?
Oh no,
Okay, yeah.
We pitched 2.
Yeah, okay. So with enough float to keep the Engulf safe, wow, that's actually a really great position for Atka. To be able to have all of these cards handy, being able to drop down the Nimblecourt Assassin, and then have cards back in order to engulf any potential Dungeon Guide. And Sanctum has to know that this is the situation, right? I would lay money that Sanctum at this point is not going to rely on a Dungeon Guide that may or may not ever resolve. So almost assuredly just going to hard level to 3 here, and then we'll see what kind of game plan Sanctum has to present.
Yeah, and I think we have on Sanctum side, I think we have 2 floating memory in the yard now. So it's an even better option to just use that. Do we have a third though? Oh no, because I forgot the channeling.
There's the channeling. That's really good. Yeah, the channeling off of level 2 is pretty good. So
Dungeon Guide.
getting the 2 more expensive cards back, I think those are at least one of those is a 15, I think. One of them is
Yes.
Umbra.
One of them was
Ah.
the Stormcaller, and I did not catch what the Umbra one was, but the biggest thing, that being being the Advent, means we potentially could just, if we need to, Amora to swap that over and get to that 15 and potentially.
So yeah, I either need an Umwar or potentially the Orb of Sealing here. Is he even running Orb of Sealing in the main? I don't. Yes, of course he is. Good. But yeah, potentially needing the Umwar or the Orb of Sealing in order to turn on the Baleful Ablation, given that he's got a 3 in the Omens at the moment. But in a pretty good situation at this point, given the amount of extra influence that he's gained. Cremation Ritual now coming down on Library Witch. So giant pile of cards in hand. And even if none of them are a dungeon guide, at this point, he's almost assuredly in a good position to start threatening some major damage onto Atka.
Yeah, with this many cards in hand, we are very much positioned just to kind of be safe net. Even again, as you mentioned, we could just have interaction in hand, and I think we are perfectly fine where we're at. Having that 30 health pool, being a guardian is no joke, especially in a matchup where it is all ally based. We are trying to present our damage through just 4 and 2 and 1 damage attacks, so we have quite a while before we're kind of really starting to sweat it.
I mean, the thing that I'm keeping in mind here is that even though Atka has a decent board now and is set up to interact with whatever Sanctum might be doing, the game that Atka won was the one where Sanctum didn't hit level 3 at all. And Atka has notably less aggression now than they did in that first game. So it is a long road to go through right now in order to get Sanctum all the way down from that massive 30 health Guardian health pool. Akka's going to have a lot of work to do in order to clear the rest of the way out.
Yep, and we are just putting shields up, defenses on. We did imbue that attendant, so that is one more body we do have to swing through. And unlike Library Witch, that is 3 that we have to go through, so that likely means we're going to have to use our Court Assassin swing to get through it, which potentially means we are potentially losing 1 more damage, or we have to play 1 more ally to be able to get through that.
Yeah, it's such a good roadblock, honestly. With the imbue, it comes down with taunt. It even comes down with recovery, right?
Yep.
Oh no, it's just intercept. It's not the other one. Okay. But still, like that 3 health is a lot to get through for most decks, and taking a hit from the Spirel. All right, Spirel clearing the way. It looks like getting that 3 damage. Very cool.
Also, a great piece here because there is likely going to be exactly what we need to potentially stop that oblation from getting played, I would assume, or is a way to maybe interact with some of our opponent's interaction if we need to. Or again, end a turn, present 3 more damage.
And Akka presumably knows what they're doing here up against the CL, right? The primary interaction piece that they're worried about is going to be Oblation. So they're going to want to put down a 5-cost card underneath Spirel here in order to be able to negate an Oblation that comes down. But of course, even if that's not how it goes, Akka does still have that Engulf that they're holding back. So the first Oblation isn't likely to hit regardless. Sanctum starting things off with an Umbra Sight, drawing some extra cards, getting a curse in their lineage. What a wonderful way to go plus here. Umbra Sight, such a powerful card. And all it costs you is a little bit of health. And as we all know, Guardians with 30 health have extra health to spare.
I mean, it's a card that we saw a Ranger play when they needed it. So the fact that you have an additional 5 over a Ranger to health pool, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good indeed. Sanctum looks like they're... What was their materialize here? Was it the armor? I can't actually see it now that's slightly off the camera.
Yes.
Yep, was the armoire. Eating a Fracturize, so Sanctum, of course, immediately using it. No question. Want to get that Omen swapped out. That is a big deal for their current position.
Now, the real question I have to ask, because all these Oblation players, and they're not getting CSR checkmates put in there, like, do you like CL enough?
Right? Obviously, Golden Checkmate, the Alice Chess Ultimate, is a CL card. Just so we're on the same page here. We both know that this is true.
Oh, I agree. 100%.
But Sanctum now is sitting on a giant pile of influence with all of the fire influence builders that he's been able to play. That looks like, what, 12, 13 influence, something like that? So many cards in hand. Does he have the cards he needs in order to start moving this game forward? Because 2 ablations, or an ablation and a blackjack, or something, is going to need to resolve in order to move this game on to the next step. Is this pouvoir? Holy,
That's
all
a
right,
lot
well,
of cards. There we go. Hey.
This handily sidesteps any issue of Spirel having a 5 or a 3 underneath it. Pouvoir Absolute coming down. Sanctum's own ultimate. And now, Atka, do you have a response? Yes, okay. So
There's
here
an
comes
Engulf.
here comes the Engulf. Yeah, naturally. You have to. 100%. All right. Good call.
So we're getting confirmation. Apparently for the side, it was the exact words before it got laid down was, "This is funny, so I'm gonna do it." And I respect it.
Yep. Massive respect on both sides. Of course, being able to put that Pouvoir Absolute into the Omens is also a pretty neat trick. And Spirel, unfortunately, not long for this world when the opponent has the ability to throw 2 damage around willy-nilly.
Yeah, and a good call, because this does open the door next turn for the Oblation. I think I potentially saw one get flashed from the hand. I'm not positive, but and with this many cards, though, I would be shocked if we don't have the Oblation.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost assuredly, Sanctum has the tools. You know what would be really funny is if there was another Pouvoir in hand.
How many do we play?
That's what I want to see. But
Oh,
Atka doing their best to stay in this game.
It is a 2-of, so hey, it could be.
Yep. Atka doing their best to stay in this game. The Engulf coming down in order to prevent the game just being over. Dropping a Safeguard Amulet to potentially prevent some additional damage on a future turn. And continuing to attack with the 6 damage they have on the field. Ooh, looking to turn that 6 into a 10. Here comes Argus, all-seeing giant. 4 more damage coming in. Sanctum all the way up at 18 now. Oh, 22 now. All the way up at 22 now. So that is a pretty scary life total.
And this, unfortunately, it does put us into the Chalice of Blood range. So that being said, we already have enough influence. I don't know if it can draw 2 is going to do much else here.
Yeah, I mean, 2 cards is 2 cards, but also that's like 15 cards down, so whatever. Yeah, Sanctum at 22. So Sanctum now potentially staring down lethal, right? 10 damage on the field. He has to find something to do this turn, or else it's going to go quite badly for him. Now, last time we were in this situation, Sanctum was still level 2. So he's got a lot more options than he did in game 1. But he does still need to find something here. Is that the Chalice? It's got to be the Chalice, right?
Yeah, it's the Chalice.
Okay.
I know the bottom of that card very well.
2 more cards coming into hand for Sanctum here. Does he have the Oblation? It's interesting because he's not in a position where Blackjack can actually help him because the
No, hold up. Wait a second.
Is
Wait
it
a minute.
number 2?
Oh, we go for number 2? I think we are.
That's a lot of cards. This has to be the Pouvoir,
That's
right?
a lot of cards. That's Pouvoir number 2.
Heck yeah. Listen, Pouvoir number 1 was so nice that he had to come in for a second time. Does Atka have Engulf number 2? Are we gonna... Nope. Here we go. all of these cards going straight into the Omens, and all of these cards now being able to be played from Omen directly, freely. Not freely, but wait, is it free this turn? Is that how it works? No, you can just activate your Omens. Okay. And with 13 cards down in order to get this card played, he may not have that many more. Oh, never mind. Here comes the Fu. And if there is another Fu Awakening, either in the Omens or in the graveyard, this game is now over. And yep, I see another Fu Awakening in the Omens. So this is a loop. Sanctum has demonstrated the ability to generate 4 damage at fast speed infinitely.
Yep, as long as we have cards in graveyard, we can keep going.
Mm-hmm. And especially with the interdiction effect on Fu Awakening, Atka cannot respond at the one critical point where they would need to, which is when Fu Awakening is still on the stack.
Oh boy, and that's ending it with the Fu into the infinite is, well, pseudo infinite, pretty much infinite, is a great way to wrap up that game. Wow, what a way to end it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not expecting to see a Pouvoir Absolu win on stream. So this brings me great joy. You know, you mentioned the historical like TCG player archetypes. I am very much a Johnny. So this very much warms my little Johnny heart. Seeing the Fu Awakening loop get resolved here and unfortunately burn away our Water Alice. So that's definitely it for Atka.
Yeah.
But what a fight. Like seeing this sort of aggressive Water Alice build put CL on the back foot and win game 1 in kind of a commanding fashion. Like the CL deck wasn't in that game at all. And then Sanctum comes back in game 2 and 3 and closes it out the other way. So really, really cool match to watch.
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic to watch. And to be fair, this is one of those decks where it is a very, very fun, especially in the Alice side. Like, it's a very fun deck to play, and I think they had a very good like setup into this matchup. I just think, unfortunately, both games saw what we mentioned. They saw the wrong, unfortunately, half of the deck. We needed to get early game pressure, and we didn't see it. We saw a lot of our control pieces, and unfortunately, into something like CL. CL has a lot of ways to deal with control, being pretty much a control deck itself. And yeah, that's kind of what we saw, that big shift. But again, fantastically played by Alice. I think Alice did pretty much everything they could to try to beat down this deck. But if you let Oblation do what it wants, it's going to present these type of lines, and there's a reason why it is potentially one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the format at this current time.
Yeah, with the amount of influence that CL was able to build in game 3, it's a really unfortunate position for any kind of control deck, right? Because, okay, you deal with something, you trade 1 for 1, your Engulf deals with their Ablation. CL with, 15 cards in hand, ready to play another card. CL also notoriously very good at recursion, using Manxum Armoire and those Omen mechanics in order to get cards back that they've already played. So even having played it the first time, that doesn't mean they won't be able to play it a second time. And in this case, sometimes they just have 2 pouvoirs. And at that point, like, what do you do, right? You just keel over. It's over. So this is, like a really, you said drawing the wrong half of the deck. This time we saw CL drawing the right half of the deck, right? Getting all of the influence builders kind of front-loaded, and then being able to fight through any interaction that Atka posed, being able to throw multiple threats time and time again, so that Atka wasn't able to use Water Alice's notoriously powerful healing abilities, and just really closed out the game in convincing fashion. Once you get that Fu Awakening loop going, there's literally nothing any opponent can do other than become Spell Shroud with Interdiction, which I don't think that card exists yet. Maybe in Asphodel. Maybe in Asphodel. Yeah, and with the Fu Awakening in hand, even if an Engulf had come up, that's not going to get through the Fu Awakening's ability to prevent negates. So
Yeah.
Very commanding position for CL.
Oh, very, very much so. And it's, again, Fu Awakening is a very, very strong card. Again, it comes with a huge cost of you essentially going all in on a strategy like this. But again, this Oblation is the deck where you are okay going all in on that kind of situation. You have a lot of ways to get through shields. You have a lot of ways to whittle down your opponent. And of course, you're a control deck. You can kind of, in hindsight, look at kind of what the field presents to you. You can kind of know what the options are and then play around that. And that's that again, it is a very, very strong deck. Do I think it's necessarily unbeatable? No, there is still a lot of interaction. But as we've talked about it time and time again, as the format gets greedier, as decks, things again, if fire can do what fire does and just draw, discard, draw, discard, draw, discard, and you're not punishing the graveyard for doing that, yeah, the deck is going to snowball very, very heavily. That's why we saw going to level 3 with what was like a 10 card influence, I think it when we hit level 3. So it's
Something like that.
yeah, so it's one of those things where you do have to start respecting a lot of what your opponents do in the graveyard. If you're going to let them pitch liminal guides, floating memory, and all this to the graveyard, yeah, you're going to run into problems. So again, when you're deck building, consider that going into a couple events as we kind of wrap up the last couple of regionals and things. Is there is answers to it. It's not the big boogeyman this people are worried about. You just kind of have to don't let them be greedy. Is the best way to put it.
Yeah. The utility of these win decks is starting to look more and more important as we go into kind of the meta decks that are available. You know, all of the decks that want to interact, all of the decks that want to pull stuff from their graveyard, being able to have access to that purifying thurible, being able to have access to something like a cleansing reunion or something like that. It's starting to look really, really powerful.
For sure. And I will say we have a couple minutes left in regulation, so I do want to, and I think this is my last round, so I do want to present the question to you before we kind of move on. Of course, going into the regional this weekend, a lot of people are getting ready. And we've seen, I asked the Valk as well. We've seen a lot of meta shift. We've had a lot of bans, a lot of updates to new cards. Of course, CL finally getting his sword in a place where I think it is perfect for what the deck wants. It has a lot of things. With all these changes so far, is there one deck you want to see kind of come out of this, or is there one deck that you're starting to see come out of this that you didn't see before that you're happy is now kind of getting its attention and getting kind of shown into the light, if you will?
So I haven't seen anything immediately that's like, oh, this is gonna change everything. You know, this is gonna move forward. But given that Endura got a new Proxy's Vault card, you know, Endura Reimagined, I would love to see somebody bring out a Rye deck that takes advantage of that. Maybe something with a little bit more mid-game pressure. Maybe something that plays around more like Wind Rye with the various Enlightenment counter kind of abilities. I think that would be super cool. I don't know that it's going to be good, but I really want to see what people's takes on it are.
Yeah, it is one I have, especially when we see a Proxy Vault, we don't see a lot of the new ones get played right away. Besides, of course, there's some obvious ones that come out just to kind of fix a problem. Looking at you, Lorraine, but but again, I'm with you. Being able to utilize it a little bit more mid range in fashion, I would love to see. And of course, I just want to see we're about to go into a set where we're getting a brand new mage that kind of does that. Kind of plays a little bit more instead of like Rye, where we're gonna go big, tall, and go Oonga Boonga. We're seeing more of like this incremental value. So we could see maybe Dante using a little bit, or maybe Dante's just gonna go, here's the Divine Comedy. Good luck.
Yeah, quite possibly. Already we are seeing a lot of options for Dante.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like we have that much time before round 4, so we better call it here, go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have some absolutely incredible gameplay for you, because we will accept nothing less here at the TCG Online Weekly. Thank you so much for casting with me, NEETfull. I believe this is your last round here.
Yep, this is my last round forever. That's it.
Oh, forever.
No, you'll see me. You'll see if you're tuning in. If you're tuning into the regional, you'll see me on the regional. So don't you worry. I'm still casting. I'll still be around.
Fantastic. But yeah, we'll be back for round 4. Me and Valk going to take you through the final round. It's going to be great. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in a few.
Later, everybody.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly, brought to you by Serene Balance Productions. We've just finished round 3, heading into a wonderful final round, round 4. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me, the man, the myth, the legend, the golden child himself, it's Valkyrie. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Good to be here, closing it out on our round 4 for the online regional, and glad to be here with you, Jim. It's been quite a interesting day so far, so I'm curious to see what's going to close out our adventure.
Yeah, we've had some quite wonderful matches on the way up here. Assassin versus Assassin in round 1. We had an incredible Genbu performance in round 2. And then round 3, CL versus Water Alice, with some really interesting takes on both of those decks. So, round 4, here we go. Anything could happen here at the TCG Online Weekly. I feel like this tournament is actually somewhat famous and or infamous for really bringing out the variety in decks, giving people kind of a sandbox to try out some new stuff, but also a place where you're going to have some stiff competition. So it's kind of a good test bed for things going forward. And I'm really excited to see kind of what we got coming up, who our 3-0s are first and foremost, and what interesting brews they have brought to the table.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you there. Out of the 6 decks we've seen, we haven't had a duplicate yet, which is really cool. It also shows like how far the game has gone. I don't know if you remember the earlier weeklies back when it was Yetis and stuff. By like round 2, round 3, you start to see those duplicate decks. There's just one very strong deck in the meta format, but it's starting to feel like ever since RDO and even with like DTR PTM, you just saw like quite a variety of decks spread out in this weekly from these players, and it's it's still going strong straight into the next set here for us.
Yeah. I mean, you're right about kind of the feeling of the meta opening up, right? If you
Mhm.
go back to PTM, if you go back to DTR, there was this sense at the top tables where almost anything could make it, You look at the top 8 of some of those ascents and it's like 6 or 7 unique decks, all of them completely different from each other. And that's a lot of freedom. It's a lot of room for almost any deck to make it to the top. And I think that with the recent bans and the recent Proxies Vault editions, there's that sense of it opening up again. Things had kind of crystallized down a little bit. There was a lot of Diana, and everything else was just sort of, okay, what can I bring to the table that deals with Diana? And now it feels like maybe there's a little bit more room to maneuver, a little bit more variation in terms of the types of decks that people are going to bring. And I mean, yeah, I'm just excited to see what people are going to come up with. Especially with Worlds and the Gauntlet looming around the corner. There's some really, really high stakes Grand Archive coming up in the near future.
Oh, I am excited for World Season. It's going to be so cool to see. The Gauntlet is probably one of my favorite things that is included in this game. It's just, you know, it it's the name, it exactly what it is. The Gauntlet. It is not fun. It is not pretty. It is exhausting. These players literally fly in, play all day just for the chance to make it to Worlds. You're not in Worlds. This is like a last chance. It is a slog. You're not happy to be there because you have to play like 8 rounds of Grand Archive, and if you do make it through, you have to play more Grand Archive immediately the next day.
Yeah, exhausting is exactly the right word for it. The Gauntlet competitors really have to have a lot of stamina. They have to be prepared to put in that extra level of effort and then be able to bring their A game afterwards because they're up against the highest of the top tiers, the very tippy top of gameplay in Grand Archive. So it's a wild ride. It's really great to watch. Probably not great to participate in, but it's gonna be worth it at the end of the day.
That's so true there. It is very exciting. And we could have a Cinderella story. We almost had it last year with Terry starting in the gauntlet and working his way all the way up to second place of Worlds. So there's potential, a possibility that even if you are in the gauntlet, you can make it to the finals and win.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single competitor there has made it there for a reason. Every single player in the gauntlet or in the world's invites has competed at the highest level and really brought a lot of good decision making and quality gameplay to the table. And You know, it's there's a certain level of awareness of the meta around you that is necessary really to compete at the highest level, and that's the kind of insight that I'm really excited to see going into Gauntlet and Worlds. You know, what people
Mhm.
are going to bring to the table is step one, but also what they think other people are going to bring and how they adapt in order to make sure that they can deal with what they perceive as kind of the best deck or the most likely deck to see. And that kind of back and forth, that kind of cat and mouse in deck construction, especially with a meta this open, is just so exciting.
It is, and then don't forget, which gets even more exciting, if you qualify from the Gauntlet into the next day or first day of Worlds, you get to change your deck. But that means all the Worlds players also get to see what people were playing in the Gauntlet and make that adjustment as well. So it turns into like multi-level mind games of what deck do you build and bring initially? Do you bring a secondary deck or do you commit to that? Or do you bring sort of like a sideboard to like change out before your main day? And then that goes into your the second day two as well. If you qualify for day two, you also have that choice. Do you switch decks? Do you keep decks? Do you modify your decks? So it's layers upon layers when it comes to just the Gauntlet World decision and up.
Yeah, you said it exactly right. You know, there's just so many different layers to the decision making when it comes to deck building and deck choice, especially when you have the ability to not exactly second guess yourself,
Yeah.
but to adapt to what other people are bringing on the fly and bring something else for that world's initial run or for day 2 of worlds based on your position in the top 8, which is just
Mhm.
absolutely incredible to me. You know, we saw Terry making that same decision, bringing a very aggressive deck, knowing that he'd be on the play against most of the other competitors there and have that extra advantage. So yeah, it's just really cool the depth of decision making that you can go through. And you know, I mean, it's worlds for a reason, right? Like that's
Very true. Speaking of world as well, it's gonna be the world premiere of the new set as well. There, and I don't know if some of you guys have been paying attention at home watching the stream right now. You might notice a little bit of a cool pixel art on the screen that Jim and myself are repping here. That's right, they are the new champions coming out. We have I almost called her Crux, Arcane Lorraine, and the Exia Dante. And man, it is going to be exciting. We have amazing gameplay from top competitors. We have the 3v3 format and the world premiere of our new set. And it is going to be an amazing time. And it's all happening out there in Singapore, which this is the first time they're getting a like huge event. So I just couldn't imagine just the kind of like really like the artists there, the fans, the just I feel like this is going to be like the largest Grand Archive event to date.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Worlds last year was just an incredible spectacle, you know? Being able to participate in the 3v3, which was just a really great time, and then seeing all of the various side events, casino night, all of the effort that they
Mhm.
went for in production, and just the incredible work that everybody did behind the scenes for that stream, as well as the experience in person. Like it was really incredible. You know, if you have the opportunity to get yourself out to Singapore, absolutely take it. Absolutely go to Worlds. It's going to be a wild experience. It's going to be such a good time. And honestly, I am so excited about the new set, right? I believe there were some demo decks that people were playing with at Anime Expo.
Mhm.
So we've gotten a little bit of a taste of maybe what Arcane Lorraine and what Exia Dante are going to play like, even if it's not using the exact same cards. I know some of the numbers were a little bit rebalanced just to have an easier play experience for people getting into the game. But yeah, it showed a little bit of the direction I think that they're going for,
Mhm.
and I'm really excited to see what that looks like once it's in its final form.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I know a lot of people are trying to get their hands on those play decks as one of those like because if you're a fan of GA, you want to test the new stuff like before everyone else before you could get it. Um, but unfortunately, some people couldn't. It's Expo exclusive, but as we have a month. It's counting down. It's gonna be a great time either way. But speaking of which, we have our pairings for round 4, Jim, and I'm actually surprised that these two decks that are 3-0 right now.
I'm pretty surprised too. Both of these decks are decks that are known in the meta, but I don't think anybody would put these two decks as the top competitors, right? Both of these decks are things that maybe people would approach as like a tier 2 deck or a tier 1.5 deck even,
Mhm.
but I don't think either of these decks are the decks that people are imagining to be at the top tables. We have Fire Goja with Suzaku as one of our decks, and we have Fire Vanitas, Horse and Taxes, as our second deck. So I'm actually, this is really interesting to see. Both of these decks very aggressive, which in a field of CLs and Alice's and Tristan's, like it's impressive that the aggression has been able to, make it as far as they've been able to make it. But these two aggressive decks into each other, what do you think the dynamics of this match is going to look like, Valk?
Oh man, this is a tough one just because Suzaku, I think, has the upper hand just ever so slightly with the just fast-paced aggression and the amount of damage he's able to put out. And I'm actually looking at the Ponytoss list real carefully here as I'm about to see. I don't see the angel who deals damage to level up here. Okay, we're not seeing the angel. I'm forgetting her name here. But that the flagrant guide, yes, is that card itself. I know a lot of Ponyta decks are running, and if there was a flagrant guide in this list, it would be very concerning because you don't want to take that damage trying to level up against an aggressive Suzaku type list.
Mm. Yeah, this actually looks like a fairly standard list. I have seen that they've gone down a little bit on the horses. Only 3 red hairs here. So they've made a little bit of room for Lava Soul Tiger and some main deck Varukan Acolytes. I see some Stifling Gyres in the list, which is potentially an interesting include as well. Multiple Fluffy Shopkeeps. So oh, and a bunch of fast cures. Okay, so some interesting defensive tools and reactive tools available in this deck compared to the pure aggression that we see a lot of the time from this list.
Yeah, I wonder if this is an adaptation to like the current meta, or is this more of a player preference? Because the deck sort of always had its core, its theme, and maybe a couple card change, but this feels like more of a tempo change than more commonly you would see from people picking up the deck.
Yeah, definitely a choice to use like Fast Cure for the floating memory, using Fluffy Shopkeep as one of your early neutral plays. I've been seeing a lot of people put in stuff like Lava Heated Brew in order to get sort of their neutral plays.
Hmm.
But this is definitely a more defensive oriented set of choices to fill those same slots. So it's definitely interesting to see. And immediately starting off with that Fluffy Shopkeep. So banishing looks like the smoke bomb, and I didn't see what went underneath it. But getting their 3 cards down, getting cards into their memory in a neutral way, right? Being able to play a card and then refill that card immediately. One of the most important things is keeping that influence neutral on this first turn. Suzaku, meanwhile, coming out with Guoja on their turn 2, which is sort of the mandatory way to play this deck. You really want to get the Fate Stone out as soon as possible and start building up those quest counters. Start building up the aggressive spell damage that this deck is infamous for. And really, leading things off with an Ignis Deus. What a way to go. Okay, so they actually have a Materialize ready to go separate from their champion, which is a really aggressive start. I'm excited to see where they go with this.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. The fast level up is something Suzaku always does, and it is always fun to see here. Just because the sooner you could start getting that one ping a turn, the better for the deck. Those quest counters really work, and Suzaku has the least amount of quest goal needed out of all the Shenjus. So like 6 comes up way faster than you would consider. Usually against like Genbu, you're like, oh, they need 8, and it's like 1 counter here, 2 counters here. With Suzaku, they could get as much as like 3, maybe 4 counters in a singular turn.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what they're playing for, right? Is getting those extra spells out on the board, getting a little bit of damage here and there. And if it's card neutral by playing something like Vermilion Decree, so much the better. And then building that hip damage, that spell damage up into a massive turn with the Phoenix, using Peppered Chef, for example, to sacrifice Suzaku and get some extra hits in. There's really a lot of ways for the Suzaku player to deal the damage that they need to, especially if they manage to get in under the wire and get that damage done quickly.
Oh wow, what a heads up play here though. We have a Searing Truth trying to get 2 quest counters here for Zaku, but Vanitas gonna go ahead and Searing Rebuke it and say, how about you take 2 and don't get your additional quest counter. Really, really great play here from Ryab, just trying to minimize that damage because you don't want to take all this excess damage from the Suzaku and then immediately just dungeon guiding into your next level. I think we might see a lock here on this turn.
Yep, and that is the kind of gameplay that Vanitas is 100% infamous for. This first turn is so important, going up to level 1, then going up to level 2, and then going up to level 3, burning all of the cards in your influence in order to get a powerful board with the Pride 3 horses or other powerful attackers, and just really going to town with not only your allies, but also your champion's powerful hit, and then the tax effect on the on hit from Vanitas level 3, just making sure that your opponent has to spend extra in order to stay in the game. It's a very, very difficult position for a lot of the greedier decks that are around in this format. Suzaku, of course, not exactly a greedy deck, and needing to pay for their materializes maybe just means that Tual won't materialize things. But that is an open question, how Tual wants to deal with this tax effect coming in from Vanitas and the extra damage coming through.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the material deck for Tawau. It's, honestly, Impact Hammer and Terrafring are probably your 2 biggest things you would want to materialize in this matchup. And so I think you're right. It's more than fine just skipping materialization at that point if you absolutely don't need one of those cards. It looks like we are opting into materializing. Curious to see. It is going to that Terrafring, as for mentioned. Very valuable and important because it stops, or yeah, it technically does stop now since Vanitas doesn't have influence, but prevents the attack since Vanitas needs to get the on hit to be able to tax you.
Yeah, and this is a very important defensive tool for our Suzaku player here. Already up to 10 damage out of the 19 they have available. So this would be a very scary turn for them if any attacks could go forward. And it looks like they didn't pop their Terrafring? Oh,
Right.
okay. So, yep. There was an announcement. Recollect. Okay, Recollect happened. I'm going to attack. Wait, what about my Tariff Ring? Do you mean the Tariff Ring you didn't activate in Recollection? Yeah, this is really rough. So coming in with all of these attackers, leaving the Fluffy Shopkeep up to defend against any massive attack that Tual might have, this is a really terrible position.
That is super scary though, but you are now getting your 6th quest counter from that Searing Truth. And so that means Suzaku is going to be online here on this next turn. The Recollection, I'm sorry, not the Recollection. Oh yeah, Recollection trigger occurs here. Deal 1 damage to everything. We're going to remove those quest counters and flip the bird over onto your field. Now the question is, do we have the Peppered Chef combo? Do we have something here to really put the pressure, or are we just needing to play defensively and clear the whole board? But even if we do, Vanitas by himself is enough to win the game.
Absolutely. And that 25 health pool that level 3 Vanitas is sitting on is a great defensive tool all on its own to survive the damage output that our Suzaku player is going to have. Now, the Suzaku player did have the combo, the Peppered Chef combo. So now that the Fluffy Shopkeep is out of the way, that's 8 more damage coming in between the Peppered Chef and the now revived Suzaku. But even that isn't enough, putting Vanitas at 16 damage, that's still 9 damage short of a win. And the Vanitas player, brings out the hammer, ready to deal some more damage, and Toao instantly responds with, go next.
Yeah. It's the Impact Hammer was a really good materialization just in trying to play against a Resolute Stand if needed or anything of that nature. But it is dangerous though because it does deal yourself 3 damage. And so, you're kind of putting yourself at that risk of dealing against like any of spell damage that could come out of the hands of Tawao. But luckily, nothing really there, and sets us up nicely for our game 2.
Yeah. So moving into game 2 here, both of our decks trying to be extremely aggressive, but needing to figure out where they stand against the opponent. So after this game 1, it kind of feels like the Suzaku deck sort of needs to keep on pace with their defensive tools in addition to their aggressive tools in order to keep pace with how aggressive the Vanitas deck is being. So what do you think they're going to be bringing in from their sideboard in order to try and turn this game around?
Ooh, that is a good question here. Sideboard, honestly, Enfeebling Orb seems really valuable. Since I almost geez, I'm forgetting the name. Vanitas plays with low influence. This is a great way to sort of like stop them from doing a fast level up turn. If you see them trying to go for it right away, like, oh, they're gonna dungeon guide, you go, okay, well, Enfeebling Orb, put your 2 cards down so you can't activate a card here. Or additionally, I think Restorative Flames, getting some of that like recover back. The only problem is it eats away at your graveyard for your Suzaku combo, so you have to keep going later in the game if you want to do it. And I don't really think you want to go late against Vanitas.
Yeah, I don't think either of these decks want to go late against each other. Both of them are going to be worried about that aggression. But I do agree those cards do seem like they'd be pretty effective in this situation, kind of trying to even the scales a little bit. Meanwhile, from our Vanitas player, it actually doesn't look like there's too much they're going to want to bring in. There is some potential with Nullifying Lantern coming in order to prevent the resurrection of the Phoenix, in order to deny any Kindle effects that might be showing up. But otherwise, their sideboard. There could also be an Ensnaring Fumes. That is a decent defensive trick against Chenju, I have heard. But otherwise, it seems like their sideboard is mostly fixated on some of the more kind of over the top decks, some of the more controlling decks.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but are we? Oh, we just drew and passed. Did I see that correctly from
Yeah,
Vanitas?
going into no, this makes a lot of sense. Vanitas turn 1 is almost always draw go unless you have to do something at slow speed. So we're going to be seeing a creative shock or something similar from them during 12's end step in order to make sure that they have cards down in order to go to Vanitas 1, unless their hand is really just the absolute brickiest.
That is true. Like typically we saw the fluffy shopkeep on that first turn, and I'm looking at the list here. Like we have 3 of hearts for our turn 1 play, so it is a possibility that we bricked, or as you said, there is that creative shock, and hopefully like a Liminal Guide or an Undying Dreams. But to WoW, really with an amazing start once again, the Ignis Deus into leveling up into the Searing Truth, already at those 2 quest counters, and looking like it is going to be a fast-paced game here for the materializing that GCR, banishing, drawing, and ready to take control here with I believe 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, after that Grand Crusader ring following up the Ignis Deus, that's really nice to see. So ready to rumble is our Suzaku player, probably going to be throwing some spells out. And yeah, Ryev here with the creative shock. This is exactly the start that a wait. Is that? Oh, it is. Oh, burning through the discard pile with the power
Whew.
of Ember Crypt Burn here, dealing some extra damage, denying Ryeb the floating is going to be really, really important. Ryeb is going second, so this isn't going to prevent him from going to turn 3. I think he's still going to have the influence that he needs, but it is a big hit. Any influence, anytime you can interact with their influence is very important.
Yeah, it is now effectively forcing Ryeb to be playing like they're going first. And there's a lot of lines you can't do in this Vanitas deck going first, as the go in second play really gives you that additional card, additional way to get through. But it looks like we're just going for it here with this dungeon guide. We're going to no influence, I believe, if we're rushing to 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Vanitas happy to play at literal 0 influence. So Rai making the only decision that they can possibly make in this situation, right? Get to 3 as soon as possible, no matter what the costs. And if it costs everything, then it was still worth it. I mean, getting up to level 3, getting the power of that on hit, and being able to blow through any defenses, starting to get those taxes up. This is very, very important to Vanitas's gameplay. And Tawao doesn't look like they have any defenses. So this is going to be a massive turn 2 for Rai.
Yeah, right. Is getting in their 9 or 10 damage. This almost feels like deja vu from game 1. I'm pretty sure Rai got Tawao to 10 damage counters at level 3 again as well. And there was a materialization of the Terrafring. We'll see if that continues here. But no, just passing on the materialization, not wanting to go down a card in influence, and starting to feel like to me, Tawao's going for the kill this turn.
Oh my gosh, if they actually have that potential, if they have that kind of damage, then that's very, very impressive to see. But yeah, this is the Phoenix becoming a Phoenix, coming in for 4 damage. Is this 4 damage directly to the champion, or?
I think it was to Dungeon Guide.
Okay. Yeah, the 3/5 Dungeon Guide is definitely something that is concerning. But Peppered Chef coming in, being able to close out the Dungeon Guide. And yeah, Tawao needs to be very, very concerned about their health right now. So dealing with the 3 damage ally makes a lot of sense. And then going in with a little bit of extra damage, trying to put Rai on the back foot here, trying to put Rai closer to an end game total of damage, while Tawao desperately tries to stay alive through the onslaught that Vanitas brings.
And I'm curious why we left the Brisk Windtrotter alive here. I feel like you want to do a full clear, perhaps, just to try and, you don't want the Windtrotter to be able to trade into like this Peppered Chef or work together with another ally to clear the Suzaku when you don't have enough fire. And it's just this 1 damage as well is going to add up. Already putting you to 12, Vanitas swinging in, taking you to 15, and you're just 4 damage away from a lethal potential in this game, too.
4 damage away, and Vanitas at that notably dangerous 3-card hand. Brought out the Grand Crusader's Ring to draw an extra card, getting him to 3. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see a Searing Rebuke here in order to deny Tawao not only the win, but the match. Whoa, okay, but no defenses. 4 damage from the Phoenix, 2 damage from the Peppered Chef. So Rai is up to 18 damage marked, but Tawao is still only 4 damage away from lethal, and that is 4 damage that is currently on the board. Oh, there it is. The Searing Rebuke coming out in response to Tawao's demolition. 3 damage back, all cards down, and that's it. That's all she wrote. Vanitas taking this one at a breakneck pace. Honestly, this was the fastest match I have ever seen in the TCG Online Weekly. And that is a 4-0 for the Vanitas player. Well done, well played.
Gotta love fire decks playing against each other, especially aggressive ones. Gets you to that. Well, I just want to, slow it down. We had 15 minutes of 2 games, and maybe we take 5 minutes to just digest that last turn that just happened. I think it was
Yeah.
very masterly played by Rai. They did an amazing job in forcing their opponent to commit to trying to win the game when they had the answer. They got attacked with Suzaku, no response. Take 4, you're fine. You're not within the lethal line. Attack with the Pepper Chef for 2. If you have that Searing Rebuke hand, that looks like a juicy target, right? You negate 2, deal 3, and then you still have 1 bubble prevention to really say, like, oh, you can't really do anything because you would lose the game. But no, took that 2 because they realized they were not dead to any fast speed spell damage. They were perfectly fine if another ally came to the field. It was okay. And finally, when their opponent committed by putting all their cards down, couldn't do anything else, demolition, and that's when they pulled the trigger. And Rai said, Searing Rebuke, you now have no other choice but to take this 3 damage, and I will wake up hey, and you remember this brisk wind charter you left on the field? This is that last 1 point of damage. I need to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's exactly played exactly right by Rai, right? So, like you said, holding off until the Suzaku player had committed to their actions, until the Suzaku player didn't have any more options back to defend themselves from the inevitable Vanitas victory. So, yeah, 100% very well played. Really good show. I love watching a good Vanitas player. This deck is near and dear to my heart. I placed high enough in a regionals to win a card thanks to the power of Vanitas. So I always love to see, people playing Vanitas right, people kind of watching their lines, and the byplay between aggro decks generally is always really interesting to me, because normally people think of these decks as somewhat thought free, right? Somewhat brain dead. You just play your cards and you win the game. So seeing aggro decks fight into each other is always really interesting, because there is a lot of seemingly minor decisions that will absolutely dictate who wins the game in a turn or two beyond that. And that's always very entertaining for me.
Yeah, it's a unique matchup, and it's one of those like aggro in general in almost any game has a uniqueness to it and about it, but specifically in GA just because of the resource system and then the just decision making. I feel like it's the same thing with ally based matchups as well. Like these two aggro decks were I wouldn't say traditional like ally aggro. Typically, the Suzaku is a lot of that spell damage, and then Vanitas is he himself is the one putting in a lot of that work, and then a lot of the sense of spells. So it's sort of hard to like navigate those matchups particularly. But if these are more like the traditional fire aggro, you'd see a lot of these players fighting for board, which is like super interesting as well. Because as the aggro deck, you want to deal damage to the champion, right? That's what your deck's built for. But you can't let the other aggro deck have a board. And like we sort of saw it with the Suzaku and Pepper Chef working together on clearing the dungeon guide, because a 3/5 is just insane to keep alive on that side. And so, it was really cool to see there's sort of like that dynamic. And I'm also just like curious to see if the Suzaku player could have maybe slowed it down just a little bit and sort of found another like way around, because like whenever they got that Suzaku flipped, it was early, but there was only one like revival, I guess we'll call it, for the Suzaku. Not a lot of the fire cards, not all of that cycling, and we didn't really even see like any decrees really being activated on their end.
Yeah, it's an interesting position that the Suzaku player is in, right? Because after game one, you sort of see the pace of the game. You sort of see how your opponent is moving from turn to turn, what their damage profile, I guess, is, and the kind of damage they can deal, and whether or not you feel like you need to defend against that damage in order to get your damage through. Right? So, all right. Gather round, children. We are going to discuss some high-level concepts here. There's one that I absolutely love called Who's the Beatdown? And I think this is something that's been talked about in a bunch of different circles. But the idea is, even if your deck is aggressive, you have to determine whether or not you are the aggressor in any given match. And that's going to be based on what your damage output is, what your opponent's damage output is, what your strategy is, what your opponent's strategy is. So you need to know whether or not you are the one who is trying to get your opponent dead, or whether you are the one that needs to defend in order to make sure that your game plan goes through. And with these two decks, both of them very aggressive, that can be difficult to determine in real time, right? Sometimes you have to be able to make this shift on the fly and be like, oh, this game, my opponent has 2 allies in addition to Vanitas. I have to play this one a little bit more defensively. As opposed to, oh, this one, my opponent has a Varukan Acolyte and a Fractal of Sparks. I can go in and be the aggressor because their damage output won't be enough to get me dead before I can get them dead. Right? So it's really, really interesting to see how that plays out on the board and where each of these decks kind of stands in terms of whether or not they can be the aggressor, or whether they need to make that pivot from their usual strategy and play a little bit more defensively in order to outlast their opponent and get the extra damage they need afterwards.
Yeah, no, I think that's a perfect example. And a deck that comes to mind that plays this game very often, and I think we were talking about it earlier, is Wind Tristan.
Mhm.
I feel like that this is a deck that you particularly always ask that question because the classic strategy of it, and like everyone thinks about it, is oh, Tristan's just gonna get prep counters, draw cards, level up, and then Shadow Strike me. But there's a lot of adaptation of like Tristan can at any moment in the game go Windmill Engineer, Asins, Dream Fairies just start hitting you on the board, and there's nothing you could do about it. They can then become the beatdown, or they can, play that defensive game, and it's very interesting dynamic. Are there any other decks that you can think of that sort of have been floating around that can sort of switch on the dime, and why they're good because of that?
I mean, the classic example, kind of in the same vein as Wind Tristan, is Wind Luxem. This is a
Yeah.
deck that has one, two, maybe three different lines to a potential victory, and all of them need to be determined on turn 1 or 2. You need to know exactly which line you're taking and how well that dovetails with what your opponent is trying to do to kill you in order to come in under their defenses or go over their aggressive strategies. And that's something that requires a lot of insight into how your opponent is playing whatever deck they're bringing to the table. I also think about sort of the wind ally decks of old that we don't really see anymore, that were always very focused on keeping the board, but if you weren't threatening their board, had the ability to go extremely aggressive, like on par with any of these fire aggro decks that we've seen. So, I think that is kind of a really educational experience playing one of those old Wind Ally decks and being able to determine, okay, I need to play in such a way that I can keep my board alive, or I need to play in such a way that I am threatening my opponent so that they can't kill my board. And that's always very, very interesting to see. I think good Wind Allies players are one of the class of players that I think has the best insight into Grand Archive generally over anybody else I've seen.
Yeah. Oh gosh, Jim, you're making me feel old here. I'm getting those like I have these moments where I'm like, these whippersnappers don't understand what it's like to be in an ally mirror match these days. Like I will constantly say it. I've said it on numerous ascents I've casted of whenever there's an ally mirror match, I get excited because people are like, oh, it's boring, like they don't really do much. It's like, no, you don't understand. This game has such an intricacy between these decks. It's like you play a 2-3, your opponent plays a 2-3 and something else to remove your 2-3. You then have to play another 2-3 to stop them, and it's just this like back and forth. And once a player dominate or like establishes domination, establish that board control, you could sort of see how that like sort of grip around the game slowly takes hold until you're fighting back. And a lot of the times it's like play an ally, keep up a defensive option that costs like, a 2 cost or a negate or something like that. And it is such like a dynamic, a lot of thinking, a lot of skill goes in these ally matchups. Because you think like, oh, I can just attack with an ally every time I play it. So, play an ally, attack a champion, play an ally, attack a champion. Well, that's the problem. A lot of the allies back in the days did nothing. So they never replaced themselves. You never got value. So it's like, oh, I'm going down in cards. My opponent is just removing my allies, and they have stuff I can't remove.
Yeah, absolutely. The old Wind Allies mirror matches are probably one of the most nuanced matchup in Grand Archive. Okay, so hear me out on this one, right? Mirror matches typically 50-50. Whoever gets the better draw, whoever has the better strategy, they just win. Wind Allies mirror matches are 70-30. Because if you don't go in with the right strategy, you are dead from turn 1. Like
Yeah.
you really have to understand that matchup to a higher degree in order to have a better chance of success. And if that strategy, if that knowledge mismatch occurs, you're very, very much on the back foot.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I remember the ASIN blowout turns where your opponent goes like something ASIN and then pass, and then you go like, oh, something, go to ASIN, and they remove what you're trying to bounce, so you bounce your own ASIN, and now you're behind tempo and ASIN, and like that's just the end of the game typically, is you really can't come back from that. But it is wild. I honestly recommend, if you're really curious about sort of what we're talking about, if you never got to experience, grab a local, grab a friend, grab someone online, and just say, hey, can we play like these two Wind Ally decks against each other? And you'll really see like what it was about. It is so much fun. And none of these like stealth spell shroud gets bigger when you have swords kind of allies. These were tried and true. I pay 3. It's a 2/3 that does absolutely nothing, and I'm gonna win the game with it.
Yeah, lurking assailant, the absolutely
Yeah.
biggest value you could possibly get on a 3 reserve 2/3.
Mhm.
You know, that card defined decks and defined matchups for the longest time. Like, it's incredible to think about what Grand Archive was like those oh so many years ago, back in my day. But yeah, honestly, probably the best way to learn how to manage your allies is play wind allies for a couple of matches, and you
Mhm.
will really see a difference in your own understanding of how the tempo of Grand Archive works. I think it's a really useful tool for learning the flow of the game.
Yeah. And ties it back in with you get to also play Who's the Beatdown, because it will constantly change depending on your opening hand and what your opponent does. And it is a great sort of like a I guess a litmus test to sort of see like what you're able to figure out. Jim did a great way of explaining about the how to play the Who's the Beatdown and what you look for. So this is honestly like ways to practice to get better at Grand Archive in the current day.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, as fun as it is reminiscing with you about the days of yore, Valk, I think we should probably call it a cast here. We've gone quite a bit past the end of the round. But fantastic performance by Rai, you know, taking 4-0 with that Vanitas deck against a pretty scary Suzaku performance. So
Mhm.
congratulations to them. And I think we are seeing the online regional coming up this Saturday, also
Yes.
presented by Serene Balance Productions. So definitely going to want to tune into that, or maybe sign up to play in that. You know, that's absolutely the call that you can make. Um, but I think that is everything that I have to say for tonight. Valk, any final words?
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of plug-in here. Once again, we want to thank everyone for watching Serene Balance Productions. We appreciate all the support. If you like this kind of stream and content, go ahead and like the video here, subscribe to the channel to keep up with every weekly stream and regional that is hosted here on the channel. Also, if you really want to support the channel, go ahead and become a member for a little bit of a price. You get access to really cool emotes. You get access to our Discord server where you can hear me and Once in Love talk about horses constantly or some other things as well. You could chat with a bunch of the casters and people who work or do work for Serene Pounds Productions. And then a big shout out to TCG for allowing the NA Online Regionals. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Make sure you go ahead and check out their channel and their content on that as well. And then once again, as Jim said, regionals this Saturday, signups will close 2 hours before the start time, and that is going to be 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. PST. You do need to submit a deck list, so make sure you get that done for then. Whew. And with that, Jim, we're coming to an end. I really appreciate casting with you. It's always a pleasure. Great seeing you
Likewise.
around. Well, thank you. My name is Valkyrie. I am with Jim the Eternal, and we'll see you guys next time.